basically breaking different pieces, different system into pieces, and understanding how natural disasters impact them, we then realized that, wait, it's about operation. It's about how the production people are talking among each other, how they're talking to the distribution people, and how they're talking to the consumer, and how the consumer is talking to the distribution, is talking to the production. And what that allows as well the consumer to do, because again, it's about getting the service, the consumer can say, okay, do I want to depend on this overall system led by whatever service provider, or do I want to invest in my own system? And that's why we have the solar panel by the house, because ultimately it's about ways for the consumer to ensure that they get what they need. And it's in the process ensuring that all the actors communicate information to each other so that they ensure that the consumer gets what he needs. So it's about the system and the operation of the system. Next slide. So the way that we then take these little cartoon graphics and start to sort of make it more into a conceptual sort of diagram is represented here, where there is power generation, that was your power plants, that was your suite of energy mix. This power is transmitted through a network to consumers. Those consumers now are secure. They have some energy security. That comes from the government or your provider. But because, again, it's about getting the service that we need and not protecting the service provider, we can also say that this consumer can get what he needs or what they need looking at the private sector or investing in their own system. So now you can see that thinking about how can we ensure that people have access to power in the VI after a disaster, we're looking at the provider, but we're also looking at other systems, other sources of getting it outside of the provider. And then taking a step further, what we see is that, oh, this system, whether it's the utility provider or the private sector, they are dependent on a whole host of things: telecommunication, banking, finance, economy, transportation, the whole supply chain. So this system, which is the electricity system that we started by looking at, let's replace a coal, or let's invest in wind turbine, we realized that, wait a minute, we have a system, which is the electricity system, that is dependent on other systems. And those other systems can also be decomposed the same way that we looked at today. Next slide. So ultimately, this is important to take this approach. It tends to be complicated, but at least it allows us to kind of see what does it require for us, society, to function. What it requires for society to function is for people to have energy security. In order to have energy security, it requires the power, the transmission to work, but it also requires a whole host of other systems to work. So this is where we see that the VI ultimately is a systems of systems to ensure that we are properly working as a society. And now when we look at what happens during a disaster, we can then start asking the question, what happens to those different systems? What happens to the different components of those systems? And what are the alternatives? What are the ways for us to start thinking about mitigation action to ensure that people are secure from an energy point of view and society can function, return to function as soon as possible. So in a nutshell, what we have done and what we discovered over the courses of 3 years of work is some of the highlight that Kim and Janine mentioned at the very beginning. But ultimately, what we are finding is that when we're thinking about systems, individual systems components, they have to perform in and of themselves. But for this to happen, you have to have a whole host of things to go well. And for all those services, the distribution, the transmission, the consuming of the system, the dependency to other systems, for everything to work well, especially when you have disasters, you need a lot of collaboration. Different entities need to talk to each other. They need to learn from each other. They need to share knowledge. And that way, they can anticipate issues. If the cell tower is down, you know that you might have some issue communicating with your battery system at home. Or, if the road is down, they might have difficulty getting to a particular feeder. So there needs to be a lot of collaboration, learning, and sharing among utility providers, among system operators, so that any one of them can anticipate and better adapt. The systems, as I mentioned, depend on other systems doing the same thing. So it can get really complicated, very difficult to manage, especially when you have siloed, when you have people with different type of financial incentive. But ultimately, collaboration, monitoring, and learning, it's what we find is the biggest sort of way to help mitigate and go over the type survive or recover from hazard. So some of you might have seen this diagram before, but this is where this diagram comes from, which is that in order for society to function, in order to achieve the physical, the mental, the social, and the economic well-being that we need, you have to have a whole lot of systems that work well together. The non-profit, the critical infrastructure, the policy and governance, all of these need to work together. They need to collaborate, they need to communicate to better anticipate and adapt. And ultimately, what it means is it means that we have to pay attention to our built environment, to our people, and to our ecosystem, because those are the foundation for every system to work. And like I said, if you don't manage the system properly, if those systems don't communicate, if there is no co-learning, ultimately when you have a hazard, a shock, or a surprise, things will go awry and you will have much more difficulty rebounding. So resilient system, and you're going to hear this word throughout this workshop, resilient system rebound faster than others because the operators of the system are able to anticipate and adapt because of the collaboration, the learning, and the monitoring. And as a result, a resilient system and a series of resilient systems, when there is a hazard, when there is a shock or a surprise, the impact on society will be much, much minimized, and we will be able to rebound faster. So next slide. So this is what the HMRP is all about. That's what we've been doing for the past 3 years, taking this approach, this philosophy, to then look at how different type of hazards impact all the systems, and as a result, make us more resilient. So with that said, I think that's it. And I will let our next speaker take over. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Greg. So our next speakers, actually it's a pair of them. We have Jerry Gouvet and Brian Neff, and they're going to be talking about the hazards and their impacts. So I don't know, is it Jerry that's first?
Yeah.
Okay, so Jerry will be stepping up.
Jerry, your slide is up.
Snap there, right?
Yes.
Morning, everybody. Thank you for joining. I'm going to carry on from where Greg left off and talk about the hazards and why we need to prepare. We'll talk a little bit about climate change and the impacts of climate change, why the USVI is in a unique place in terms of the hazards. We'll profile each individual hazard, and then we'll dig into one of those hazards in more detail and show you, carrying on a little bit from what Greg discussed, and take a systematic approach. Look at a system, what's in harm's way, and how that impacts, how that can impact an entire system, sort of losing one component of that system. So first, climate change. So we're vulnerable to many hazards that are amplified by climate change, even those hazards that you might think are not susceptible to climate change, things like earthquakes and tsunamis. So we have this overall sort of overall risk of climate change increasing things like droughts. So this continuous sort of long ongoing hazard of drought, and then we're hit by something like an earthquake. So we're already dealing with drought, and we have an earthquake, we have tsunami, we have sea level rise, and we're going to have increased impact from tsunami over the longer term as sea level rises. We can expect stronger and more frequent storms. We can expect more droughts, and of course, sea level rise and higher temperatures. What does that mean in terms of our biggest hazard, which the most frequent one and probably the one we're most identified with, increase in major storm events. So we can think about, on top of those storm events, a sea level rise of about 0.5 meter in most places in the VI, maybe up to 60 centimeters. And what that does, both storm events, increased rain events, increases our coastal and inland flooding. And this coastal and inland flooding, particularly the coastal flooding, puts pressure on our coastal zone and our coastal zone ecosystems. And the combination of both the increased storm and wave action and sea level rise is really going to have a long-term effect on our coastal zone.
And Joey, 1.15 meter, that's what, 1.5?
No, 0.5 meter, about 20 feet.
That's a 1.5?
So we'll talk about droughts, earthquakes, hurricanes, which are really a multi-hazard event. We have wind, rain, coastal and riverine flooding, and tsunami. And we have to be mindful that these are not necessarily single events. So all of these can be multi-hazard events. So we really have to be prepared. These do not occur necessarily one at a time with a certain frequency. As best as we can do in the models, we show what we can expect, but we also have to expect the unexpected. So Brian's going to talk a little bit, my colleague Brian Neff is going to talk a little bit first about droughts.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you for that. Yeah, let's talk about drought for a minute. Drought is a slow-moving hazard. It's pretty distinctive in that way, but it's nonetheless serious. It's collapsed civilizations before. It's something we're dealing with more and more. We're going to get to that in a minute, but let's just talk about let's try to wrap our minds around what is this hazard and why is it slow? But fundamentally, drought is a lack of water over an unusual period of time. In our world, we call that rainfall, and an unusual period of time might be 3 months, a year, or even longer than that. As less water falls from the sky, there's less water for the plants and for everything else, and actually less water percolates down to the groundwater system. And this is where it really gets interesting. As a hydrologist, it's interesting to me. So as the groundwater usually flows away, and it's always in a constant state of decline, but it's being replenished from what's coming from the surface. But when you cut that off from the surface, the level of groundwater beneath our feet, it actually starts to decline. And as drought continues, that can be significant. That can drop many feet, tens of feet. And if you think about the vegetation, plan A for a plant is to get water as it's percolating through the soil column. It's easier to get that. Okay, great, but during drought, that doesn't exist. So plan B becomes, well, can my roots get down to the groundwater and pull water to the surface? Now that works for a while until the groundwater drops below where the vegetation roots are. Then that vegetation has a real problem. So the drought progresses and it affects plants, the ecology. You see this when the landscape turns brown. You see this pretty profoundly in the VI. You can imagine agriculture reacts much the same way, especially if it's not irrigated. Those plant roots don't find water and they have problems, and there's major impacts to agriculture. Could be livestock also. They have to get access to water, and so agriculture gets affected eventually. And then if you keep going up the chain of events, and human well-being is sitting there at the top. There's financial impacts. There's cisterns run dry, water trucks. There's livelihoods that are at stake in agriculture. Just generally, drought conditions make people more stressed. Things are hot and dry. It's not super fun all the time. So it's ultimately human well-being is at the top of that. And this whole progression takes time. And when you get rain in a drought, it takes time to reel back those impacts, and you have to replenish the groundwater, and the vegetation has to recover, and the agriculture has to recover, and there could be financial recovery and all sorts of things. So drought doesn't turn off right away. And really the big eye opener is that drought is getting worse, and it's pretty undeniable. What I have here on the right side is These are the top 10 worst 3-month-long and year-long droughts over the last 100 years. We have 100 years of weather record. Some of the records get spotty back in the 1920s and early, in the middle part of that century. But in general, this is it. This is 100 years of record. We have 10 3-month droughts, 10 year-long droughts, so 20 droughts total. And none of those top 20 happened until the 1970s. And then look what happened. All of a sudden, boom, 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 boom. And wow. And to me, what's sobering about this is to think that our understanding of drought in the past in the Virgin Islands is not necessarily indicative of what our future might be doing. We're not sure where this is going to go, but it's, as I like to say, we're not sure this is that bad, but I'm pretty sure it's not good. So we'll see where this goes, but this is the hazard we're facing with drought. I'll hand it back over to my colleague Jerry Beauvais, and we'll continue on with.
So before you get started, both of you, you'll need to speak up and stop moving around because the sound fades for those that are participating remotely. So really try to project and face the mic. Thank you.
Okay, so as we go through each of these hazards, I want to just give a little note as to where we stand in our understanding of these in terms of the data, the analysis. We've done a tremendous amount of work at putting together a really solid library of just incredible data, analysis, and understanding of how each of these hazards presents itself in the territory and the things in harm's way. Some could use a little bit of work still, so I'd like to just sort of touch on that. So droughts, our understanding of drought is good over the short term. There's a question later on, Brian can address exactly what that means in terms of long-term understanding of drought. But I'd like to pick up and continue moving quickly through the hazards. So the earthquake hazard, the VI earthquake hazard risk is as high as Puerto Rico in many places, particularly in St. Thomas. And this is a chart of the ground acceleration data that we put together.
Jerry, what is ground acceleration?
Ground acceleration tells us a little bit. It's a combination of the probability of the Earth moving at a certain rate over a given amount of time. Earthquake risk, as I said, is as high as Puerto Rico, especially in St. Thomas. And the hills and underlying geology can amplify earthquake risk. And when I say amplify, this means particularly lead to more damage specifically. One problem is earthquake risk has not been properly considered in the design of many buildings. And data gaps exist to fully quantify the earthquake impacts in the USVI. So we need a little bit more study here, and we've been discussing that quite a bit, and I think plans are in the works to carry forward. Some of the major buildings like the airport have had careful earthquake studies, but most of the buildings were built long before this was really considered a major hazard. Tsunami. So there are several tsunami-genic sources very nearby the territory, particularly between St. Croix and St. Thomas. And that makes the time horizon pretty tight, depending on the source of the tsunami. And when I say tsunami source, that's where the tsunami is generated under the ocean and the wave propagates from. So for a distant source, we can have quite a bit of warning time, and I'm sure people have probably heard about what warning time sort of tsunami monitors. So in those cases, we can have enough time with the right knowledge within the population to get to high ground. But arrival times in St. Croix can be as short as 10 minutes. So awareness and preparation is critical to save lives, because the impacts are sudden and catastrophic, and I think most people have probably seen the videos of what tsunami can do. The good news is that data for tsunami are very good, and we have a clear path to understanding and addressing our tsunami exposure. We've been discussing this quite a bit about how to roll out sort of future of a tsunami resilient population that really understands where they need to go and when they need to get there when there's a tsunami. Newer models show, another good point is newer models show that the tsunami flood zone is not necessarily as large as previously thought. Next, we'll move on to coastal flooding. And coastal flooding is, in many ways, a story about development. coastal development. That is going to also be impacted considerably by sea level rise. That's going to increase dramatically, more dramatically in some places than others. But an important point here is this could be an existential threat for some of our beaches, particularly when you start combining, thinking about how sea level rise and major storms are going to both impact our coastal zone, particularly beaches. So the risk from swells, offshore waves is underestimated and will likely increase. Good news is that we have great data and modeling, a great understanding of the coastal flood exposure, both from the infrastructure perspective as well as from the flood modeling perspective. There are some data and analysis gaps for the impact of climate change on natural systems, but we have some projects underway that those will be filled coming over the next year or two. Rain flooding. So development is, as I mentioned earlier, development has significantly increased coastal flood exposure, but it's also increased runoff volumes over time. Storms are bringing more rainfall, and these aren't necessarily hurricanes. The majority of the largest rainfall events are not actually tropical storms. Contributing to this is a lack of infrastructure maintenance and standards to maintain our drainage infrastructure, and this increases the flood risk quite a bit. And the economic impacts of flooding are considerable, particularly for riverine flooding. So the knock-on effects of continual flooding along roadways, washes out roadways. There's economic cost of flooded buildings, and the list goes on. Our understanding of rain flooding is fair, but we do need more hydrology data. For example, regular stream flow calculations are needed to calibrate the models that we've used to look at riverine flooding and rain flooding. So wind is often the biggest driver of property damage during storms, and wind-driven rain as well. Wind speeds on slopes are significantly higher than wind speeds at the shoreline, 1.5 to 2 times oftentimes. So we're looking at some really high wind speeds. And wind speed up is not properly taken into account during the design phase of most buildings. So most buildings in the territory have very little chance against some of the really major wind speeds. The good news is our understanding of the wind hazard is really solid, but we lack structural details and this of buildings, and this impairs the proper assessment of the wind risk. And we'll just have a quick look at what's in harm's way here. You can see the change from the coastal wind speed of 140 miles an hour, which is a Cat 4, all the way up to 213 miles an hour, and that can actually increase quite a bit. So I've just created, we did a little bit of analysis to look at the lower end of a Cat 4 storm, which is about 138 miles an hour. So that at the shore, in a zone in St. Croix, we're talking about a 220 mile an hour wind speed on slopes. Now we have much less exposure in St. Croix than we do in St. John or St. Thomas in terms of the number of buildings, and that has to do mostly with the topography and where development is taking place. But in St. Thomas, you can see we've calculated about 591 buildings and a 240 mile an hour wind speed for a lower end Cat 4 storm. That's an incredible wind speed. So we're having some more technical difficulties here. So what does this mean? Hazards in the USVI are 3 things that I think of when I think about this. It's concentrated, constrained, and complex, our exposure. So geography and the socioeconomic economic conditions in the USVI are all important drivers of our exposure and risk. So they're concentrated. We have a pretty densely populated territory. 7th highest population density amongst US states and territories. This is based on the previous census, not the current one. This is the most current for which data are really available for analysis. There's a lot of infrastructure to manage. And even in fair times of fair weather with no hazards, that management challenge can be great. We're constrained because we have very limited places to move things out of harm's way. So relocating infrastructure is generally not an option, not only because of land space, but because of cost. And we have no direct border with neighbors from which we can immediately draw resources from in a crisis. So you can think about a place like California, California has several neighbors that they can draw resources from when things get really bad. We have the problem of hazards generally can often impact the entire territory at the same time. And they're complex. So we have 3 small islands, we have little to no hinterland, and as I said, a single hazard can impact the entire territory, whether it's drought, hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunami. So we're dealing with the entire territory, all of the area of the territory simultaneously. So we can't even go to hinterland sources to look for assistance to marine hazards. And this really sort of sums up an important part of the hazards, thinking about hazards and how we're exposed. So development has increased both the hazards and the exposure. And when I say, how could that possibly be? Well, we have more impervious surfaces, we have greater runoff, so development has actually exacerbated the hazard of flooding. And development is pushed higher into the hills, where we have more exposure to higher wind speeds, more development along the coast. And if you look at this map, these red areas show the medium intensity development. And you can see this change over this 35-year period. And keep in mind, over this 35-year period, we were generally losing population. And yet development pushed higher and higher into the hills and along the coast. So in concluding remarks, we've assembled and created a large amount of really valuable data and information and analysis about what the hazards mean to the territory. And it's easy to conclude that the infrastructure is vulnerable to many hazards and impacts, and which are concentrated, constrained, and complex. For the next part of our talk, we'll talk a little bit about what that means to the people infrastructure in the USVI and how we've done some of these assessments to look at systems and how we'll give an example. Brian will talk a little bit about an example of a choke point or one point in a system that if that point in the system goes down, it has cascading effects across a large number of people. So what's in harm's way? A large percentage of the population lives within the in or near the flood zone and high wind zone. So I think the breakdown is we did a little analysis in St. Croix. There's about, I think it's about 25% of the population lives in the coastal flood zone or very near to it. But that can be as high as almost 50% in St. Thomas and St. John. So that's a good portion of the population is very close to the hazard zone flooding. More than 45% of the government, public safety, and health buildings are in flood and tsunami zones. There's a lot of infrastructure in harm's way and a lot of people. And the risk of catastrophic failure of critical infrastructure abounds. And we're targeting that. So what are the implications for infrastructure systems? Solid waste and wastewater systems are highly vulnerable to flooding. That's some of the conclusions that we can see from the work that we've done. Many structures are in very high wind zones, and there's a real lack of resources for permitting and enforcement of permitting buildings in these, and unsafe construction practices in these zones. Transportation system is vulnerable to impacts of flooding, and we'll look at an example of that coming up shortly. So the implications for natural systems, sun, sand, and sea are the cornerstones of our economy and cultural identity. And development has and is encroaching and degrading ecosystems that provide us with water and many other resources. You can see this example up on the top. 1954 is Morningstar Beach, not too far from Charlotte Amalie and St. Thomas. And just that change over time. Now the beach has nowhere to retreat, and the combination of sea level rise and storms really makes it difficult. Sea level rise encroaches on the beach, we have more erosion, but beaches can often recover from storms, but once you couple that with sea level rise, they have a much harder time and oftentimes don't recover. And that is very likely to accelerate this erosion of our critical resource, both natural and cultural. Now I'm going to turn this over to Brian, and he's going to go through an example of some of the work we've done to look at an individual system.
Thank you, Jerry. Yeah, we have done a ton of analysis, and it's complex discussion. There's a lot going on. And one thing I find very intriguing about the HMRP approach is how we make sense of this volume of information to give useful information to policymakers about, okay, where do you start? Like how we know all this 55% of our, or 45% of our government buildings are in the flood zone. Okay, great, but now what? Like, where do you start? It's a complex thing to put your mind around, but there's some interesting ways to go about that. I'm going to start with an example in the water sector. And where I start with this is, I'm just going to give an example of one small part, relative part of the public water system here in St. Croix. And there's a lot of different parts of the water sector. There's rainwater harvesting, there's water deliveries, there's bottled water, groundwater. So this is, we're sort of compartmentalizing one small part, but let's make sense of this. And so this is just a cartoon drawing of the water infrastructure here on St. Croix. You're looking at pump stations, the desalination plant, and water tanks. And if you like to think of systems in terms of flow charts and diagrams, stay with me, I'll give you that. So what I did, I sat here and we've done work on where are the critical links? Like where does this system shut down, or where do we have big system-wide failures if something fails? And this is the result of that analysis. I've denoted that in red. And the arrows are pipes, go from one place to another. Those are certainly important. The desalination plant down in Christiansted, that's pretty important. That goes down, everybody loses water. There's various storage tanks and pumping stations. Those are the critical links. What's maybe sort of interesting is there's not every part of the system is going to, if it fails, it's going to cause a system-wide breakdown. So this is that. So now what do we do? Well, now let's lay the hazard analysis on top of the infrastructure and see what happens. And here in St. Croix, we end up with a couple things that really pop out. That desalination plant is vulnerable to a tsunami. That could be really bad. Tsunami has the ability to destroy things like incredibly powerful hazard. If we lose the desalination plant, the whole system breaks. And hopefully we have a plan to replace that. That's bad. So number one there. The other one is pipes. Underburied pipes are just notoriously vulnerable to earthquake damage. They tend to break. When you get grounded shifts, the whole pipes break. And so you end up with a lot of broken pipes at the same time, but nobody's done an analysis on how many pipes or where that might be. But I did some back of the envelope calculations based on other earthquakes in other parts of the world, developed settings, similar infrastructures. And I think that we're realistically looking at possibly hundreds of broken pipes simultaneously. Now, imagine how hard that would be to repair 100 or 500 broken water pipes, mains, who knows how big these pipes could be. How hard would that be to fix that immediately after an earthquake? You know, think of all the other impacts on the earthquakes caused. It might be surprisingly difficult to repair that many breaks in the water pipes. So that's a big vulnerability that pops out there. And as I was kind of hinting at, don't be not surprised here. These are just the let's call them somewhat obvious vulnerabilities, but there could be others. And then there's always vulnerabilities to other sectors. We lose the power sector again. We lose power electricity in these places. We have some backup systems in place. We're making progress there, but as we saw with the hurricanes in 2017, things can surprise us. So really, all of these red parts of the map, those cause me concern. So essentially what we did an analysis like this. Actually, I'll flowchart first. I think in terms of systems like this. This is a more classic systems diagram, influence diagram. You're looking at desalination plants in gray, you got the storage tanks in blue, you got the pumping stations in red, and you have the communities in green. and your distribution pipes are the black lines. It's shown there, yellow box. And then when you look at the crucial parts of the system here, you can see very clearly, well, everything starts with the Richmond desalination facility. That goes down, bad things happen. There's other vulnerabilities for sure. That, especially at Kingshill storage tank, that would be a bad one. Fortunately, it's not so vulnerable. When you lay vulnerabilities to hazards on top of this, there's really only the top two at the top left, as I pointed out in the map. It's the tsunami and then the earthquake risk are the big ones to worry about. So as I promised, we'll produce something useful. So you can throw this into Excel and you can create a little table of, hey, here's all of your infrastructure and here's where it's vulnerable. And these are maybe the higher priority things you want to take a look at. And that's what I've done here. There's no need to read the fine, no need to squint at the text there. It's just they're pieces of infrastructure. And where there is infrastructure that is critical to the system, would cause a system-wide failure if it failed, that rises to the top. And then where there's a specific hazard vulnerability to that, that becomes your first tier of priorities to look at that infrastructure first. There's your places to target mitigation first, and then it goes down from there. And so this, to me, this is an interesting way of just showing of how we've made sense of this vast volume of information to make something that's a little more useful to decision makers in management. All based on those criteria. So just to bring the water sector full circle here, I mentioned earlier there's the public water system is just one part of the water sector. Water, you get water lots of this. Notably, rainwater harvesting for roughly half of our territory. Truck water delivery helps people out, wells, but not in bottled water. But each of these also have vulnerabilities that could cause system-wide breakdown. For example, in rainwater harvesting, we have flooding, especially riverine flooding. There are way too many houses in the floodplain. If you look at the floodplain here, you just see entire neighborhoods underwater in a 100-year flood. That's a problem. If that happens, you're going to have a lot of problems when people flood it out. But you can tack on one more that the rainwater harvesting systems in those houses, that's going to need to be mitigated before they can move back in. Similarly, truck water delivery is vulnerable to the transportation sector. We have damaged roads or impassable roads. They can't get around. That causes this large parts of the system to become inaccessible potentially. That's not. Loss of electricity definitely affects wells and also rainwater harvesting. Electricity is awfully handy to get water from the bottom of a well to the surface or from a cistern into your house. There's a vulnerability right there that it's going to affect a lot of people when that happens. And bottled water is especially vulnerable to the shipping industry, the transport, ports, the supply chain. Especially most of our small bottled water is imported. A lot of it from Puerto Rico, not most of it. So there's all of a sudden there's not only vulnerabilities to our ports, but also Puerto Rico's ports. And if Puerto Rico is being affected by a drought, they could just not send us water that month. There's less of a problem with this with domestically produced water. The big 5-gallon carboys and the gallons, those tend to be produced locally, so they're less vulnerable to this. Observation. So we can just kind of drill deeply into what we did in the water sector. We'll just touch briefly on some others. In the wastewater sector, we looked at septic systems as one half of the sector and sanitary sewer system, the other. Solid waste will be presented later on by one of my colleagues. I'll let her address that one. But as far as the wastewater, we've got some problems. Septic tanks aren't a real good plan in the USVI. This chart basically shows that conventional septic systems that many people have, they don't work very often. We're talking like between 10 and 30% of the time, depending on if you're in low density areas, medium density areas, on average, but that's not much. What that basically has to do with is we have very shallow soils, and the drain fields of a septic system have something more than super shallow soils, and that's a big part of why this doesn't work. So we end up with a lot of continuous contamination of the environment, and studies have shown for decades there is water contamination almost everywhere in the VI. Groundwater is definitely heavily contaminated, and this is a large part of it. Now, there's been studies on, well, could we use more elaborate systems of septic tanks? We put a Band-Aid on this, and if we retrofit things, and how would that help? So the best system my favorite system that's been pointed out is the constructed wetland type of septic system, which ends up being, we can't actually do this. I mean, this would be impossible. But if we could, let's just play Fantasy Island for a moment. If everybody could wave their wand and change their septic system to this ideally constructed wetland septic system, we're still looking at about half of the areas in the VI are just not well suited. So they're going to continue contaminating. And that's similar on all three islands, but especially so, St. John's not doing well at all. So bottom line, septic system's not a great plan. So, but then you still have, okay, what about the sanitary sewer? Just put everyone on sanitary sewer, right? Ooh, there's problems there too. We have an enormous amount of sanitary sewer infrastructure in floodplains, in hazard zones. Hundreds of manholes all over the place. They're hollow guts. They're in a terrible spot. That causes a system-wide breakdown when those flood. I'll explain later, but essentially it causes the system to get flushed out with rainwater. Major pumping stations. Look at the pumping stations. There are 19 pumping stations for the wastewater sector, or the sanitary sewer. 19 pumping stations in flood. That's a lot. Those don't work. Those get flooded out. Bad things happen. We have 3 water treatment plants, 3 wastewater treatment plants in hazard zones. Actually, just in the 100-year flood. Also, not a good situation. So there's problems there. And so basically, there's problems all over the place in the wastewater sector. I've created a bunch of different recommendations for that. You can read about those in our report, but this is sort of where we're going, giving you the breadth of what we did and the depth. All right. So part that'll be explained later. I'll just touch quickly on transportation. We did a similar system-wide analysis, and if there's a big flood, the big thing that's keying on there is the bottom right side there, southeastern St. Thomas gets more or less cut off gets isolated by flooding. The roads are just not very passable to get there. It's an interesting outcome of a system analysis. Okay, well, to conclude, I'll just say, so what does this mean to us? It means we have a lot of work to do. There's enormous amount of targets that we could go and mitigate. But the cool part about that is we can make sense of them. We can prioritize. There is a lot. My apologies, this is my slide. The focus on sectors and systems creates something to hand off to policymakers that works for us. With that, I'll wrap up and hand that back to
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, everyone. This was a lot of information, and I want to give a shout out to our colleagues, Brian and Jerry. They've been working remotely, so the last few days they've been getting a crash course of visualizing in person what these hazards and the terrain look like. But what I'd like to do, we have a few minutes left. What I'd like to do is, I've seen some chatter with what's up and in the chat room. I want to open it up for questions or responses. I know our colleagues from the Naval Postgraduate School had a chance to listen in, and some of their work was actually cited here. So I want to give them a chance to either ask questions or provide some a bit more context, because again, this is a lot of information. But others online or in the room, if you have questions, please raise them now.
Yeah, and right, hi everyone. Just again, this was very, very good. So thank you so much, Jerry. Thank you, Brian. And what I like about what they presented is the fact that what you see is that we know a lot about the different hazards in theory, about how they can impact the VI and what that means. I think we're at a level where we understand what flooding is and where most places flood. We are at a point where we understand that there's an earthquake risk. We understand the tsunami risk. What is missing, though, is a little bit more granularity. We are a very, very small island, so a lot of computer models don't really capture a lot of the nuances. And I think after this report is produced, we're going to be pushing for a bit more in-depth analysis, especially for the earthquake risks, because we just don't have a good sense beyond we are at risk. What does that mean for different places, and what does that mean for the built environment? We're also going to be pushing a little bit more to have a better sense of what's going on with drought, because we know drought is bad. We know there's more instances of drought, but has been taken from 2-3 points for the entire territory. So again, more granularity to understand what different regions are more at risk than others based on microclimate and other sort of processes. So there is a little bit more work to do to define and dig deeper, but I think that now at least we have a clear sense of exactly what type of hazards the territory is exposed to and what that means in general for the population. The bigger question now is, what does that mean for service delivery and what we care about? Going back to this question of, it's all about getting what you need. It's not really about protecting what we have. And that is a bigger question that we are also trying to solve. And as Brian showed, we can start decomposing some of the system into different components and then ask the question, what happens if the desal plant is hit? Well, we have water, it's from the text. For how long? What does that mean for people to, how many people can it serve for how long while we repair the desalination plant? What is the most critical tank that needs to be protected, et cetera, et cetera. So those type of questions are questions that, as Kim said, we started to look at. Our colleague Dave and Dan at the Naval Postgraduate School also looked at. But those are the type of questions that we're going to start digging deeper to really sort of understand how to best prioritize the investment, because we can't protect everything. That's another thing that needs to be understood, is not everything can be protected, but we can be very strategic about what needs to be protected. And then we can then ask, what are those dependencies that also need to be protected? Again, if you don't have telecommunication, the wastewater treatment won't work really well, even if it, everything is functional and everything is dry. Without telecommunication now, things will fall down. So what are those critical leakages and dependencies that we need to think about? So this is the type of work that we have started to do, the type of work that we will be talking about in our final report. But I think the type of work that we will continue to dig into more and more moving forward, to really ask the question, how can we ensure that people have access to what they need if we have a disaster, if we have a surprise, if there is another big event? So that said,
and just building off of that, it goes back to these, the 6 building blocks that we mentioned in the very beginning. The idea is the delivery of service, the challenges that we face due to these hazards. And as we rebuild, we're going to have to prioritize. We simply can't do everything, fix everything. And so we look at those connections, look at those linkages, and say, if we address this particular challenge, whether it's around long-term drought, which we don't have a good understanding, what are those consequences? And we may project, but we need good data. It's just, we don't have, for example, rain gauges around the islands. And so we don't know how variable rainfall is in the territory. And so details like that, those were investments that we make. They're relatively small, but they will inform the kind of decisions we have to make collectively, whether it's from an investment standpoint or management and operations standpoint. So the idea here is really to get that information, to Greg's point, the granularity, but these building blocks are absolutely essential along with those prioritizations. And that comes back to the communities, especially vulnerable communities that are at risk constantly. How do we protect them? And what do they need? So we'll stop there. I want to make sure we have questions from folks. I can't see.
Yeah, so please go ahead and ask question. You can unmute yourself and go ahead and ask question. We'll be able to hear that.
Anyone here?
And while people formulate their question, I just want to say two things. Actually, there's a UVI scientist, Christina Chanes, who's been spending a lot of time building those meteorological weather stations, and it's been up for maybe 4 years now, so not enough, but hopefully 10 years.
Right,
we'll have enough data to start looking at those microclimates. So just a bit of shout out there. Any questions from the audience? I think there was some question in the chat earlier about drought, but there were other questions. Please go ahead and chime in.
All right. Are we getting questions from them?
Yeah.
Oh, so they don't.
Sharon,
Go ahead.
Someone read them out.
Sharon mentioned, asked the question, what is the source of the wastewater data presented?
Yeah, I answered that one in the chat. It's a recent analysis I did for this. So using GIS data and information we have on the location of infrastructure, you can play the two together and see what's in hazard paths. So that's where that came from. But follow up with me. I'm happy to meet, share screens, walk you through it. It's really, if you're a hydrology geek, it's really interesting. So that's where that came from. I saw there was also a question on are decentralized systems more resilient than centralized systems? And this is a super interesting question because when I started this analysis, I was thinking that septic systems would be way more resilient than a centralized system because they're decentralized. And generally, yeah, that's more resilient. You have to affect a whole lot of things to create a system-wide breakdown. What I found there is that septic systems don't do a good job in blue sky conditions. So sort of creates a little philosophical moment there. So is it resilient if it never works? It's almost like I think of it as the septic systems don't work just as much after the flood as they don't work before the flood. And to me, that's not what we're after. So maybe you could think this little gray area there. With that said, septic systems really, even though they're decentralized, they are very vulnerable to floods. And yeah, that's only affecting the houses in floodplains. There's a lot of houses in floodplains. So with regard to flood, even though they're decentralized, they're still vulnerable. So in general, yeah, and I would say like in the water sector analysis, rainwater harvesting, and I wouldn't switch over to pipe water for the purpose of resilience without some real careful analysis in that part of the group. Any other question?
Any other question or comment about hazard? Yeah, right.
People are trying to hear.
Would you like to do?
Would they like me to repeat that into the microphone?
No. Any other question? Oh, yes.
Hi, folks.
She'll have to go to the owl.
And just hear your question.
I'm wondering, in this discussion of natural hazards, I started
as some natural hazards. But what I'm wondering about at some point, hopefully you can hear me, I'm speaking sorry. What I was wondering about in terms of our discussion of natural hazards, as we call disclosure segments, they're not as drastic and dramatic as some of these 13 identified things that are natural hazards that don't have an acute impact, but have a slow and great effect, such as residual air promulgations, increases in Americas, contaminated occupants, insects. How that would be.
So that draft can be one. So those are, so the question is really, how do we think about the slower, maybe longer time scale type events that have maybe less acute impacts, but in the long term can really impact overall health of the society, such as the Sahara dust or other type of hazard. I think that, yes, so those I think would be stressors or can be considered stressors. They're not really part of the scope of our effort. They fall into overall environmental health and environmental quality sort of questions. And I think that it's worth paying attention to them, especially since they impact public health. And I think it's important for emergency managers to make a decision on how much they want to communicate or work on those, depending on whether that's going to cripple society and also society function. I don't know, Graciela, if you have any thoughts on, how you, for example, deal with Sahara dust, or how Fatima deals with a volcanic ash.
Good morning, everyone. Rachel Rivera, Director of Hazard Mitigation Officer. My team usually deals with those things on a case-by-case basis. Once they're aware that something is happening, they make sure that they let the public know. As it pertains to actual mitigative activities that could happen, with Sahara dust, that's a little bit more of a challenge. There's not really much that can be done. I did make note of the contaminated aquifers, because that is something that we can potentially look at. So it was a good point. But yeah, it all depends on the item, the activity, and then writing all the address.
And I think that that also raises a point about the need for monitoring and the need for communication and collaboration between different entities. So TPNR is in charge of monitoring natural resources and impact on natural resources. And so again, this year is a dialogue between Department of Environmental Protection, FITIMA, and whoever else. Because again, the three pillars are ecosystem, people, and built environment. And when things are off, then everything is off. So again, this is another, not put everything on FITIMA's shoulder, but have DEP communicate, monitor, dialogue, and to Graciela's point, when something is a critical point, then you can start acting. So ultimately, we can't protect against everything. But we can definitely try, by understanding how the world works, we can try to anticipate those negative impacts. Any other questions?
All right, we're actually coming up on our break. So we have about a 15-minute break. Yeah, 15-minute break. So, so yes, we do have a poll that is being sent out through the chat. All right, so please take a moment to, well, winding down. There it is. It just popped up on the screen. And we'll be back in 15 minutes and we'll share the results. Thank you.
And now we are not meeting anymore. So it's not that one.
All right, folks, it's 10:35. We hope you had a quick and easy break. Again, I'm Kim Waddell, and I'm just going to we sent out a poll, and I want to just go over those results with you before turning it over to our next session, which will be led by Graciela Rivera. But we had some questions around think systems. And so when we look at what systems do you understand best, it seems like about 35% folks identified the natural ecosystems. These are the biological, geological, and environmental systems that we live and enjoy here in the territory. We have about 52% feel like they understand the socioeconomic and where we live. That's got the strongest response. And then the mechanical or the built environment, the professional world, the operational world, that's probably the least understood. That was about 13%. Our second question was, which systems do you want to understand better? And so, interestingly, people wanted to know more about our natural systems, the ecosystem services, the benefits we enjoy from the environment. That was at 53%. A lot fewer folks wanted to understand human systems at 24%. And then the mechanical, the built environment, the professional operational environment that we work in primarily had a response of about 23%. So thank you for those responses. That'll be something that we'll fold into our planning efforts, just understanding where people's priorities and interests lie.
Well, I have a question though. Why? I'm surprised that we are living in a technology all around us, at least in this room, and yet a quarter of people only said that they would learn to know more about those mechanical systems, and 13% said that they know enough. So it seems that people just don't care. So I just wonder if somebody can explain.
I can explain.
Well, no.
I'm a biologist. It makes a ton of sense to me. I want to know about where I live and what do I enjoy. But to Greg's point, this is a challenge. I think it's sometimes technology, just as we learned this morning and setting up for this meeting, sometimes it's intimidating and it's overwhelming. And I think there's, that said, if we really want to become more resilient, I think a larger number of us have to understand all of these systems to a point where we can at least function at the personal level or in the family level or community level, and then work with our colleagues in government and in the private sector to think more holistically how these three systems interact. But I think it is that technological operational world sometimes is almost interfaced all the time and overwhelming. But that's my opinion.
Exactly, that's your opinion. Thank you. Does anybody else have their thoughts about their answer? Want to elaborate? I also want to test our microphone works well. So please, somebody say something. Our speakers.
All
All right, well, I'm going to side with Kim here because the quality of our food is derived from the quality of our soil, and I'd rather have the quality of the soil and more work done on that side than on the technology side. The rest of the world will take care of the technology side.
But you build both for a living.
That I do, and we use a lot of technology. But when I go home, I feed my worms, and I've got my grow towers, and I'm working on the quality of the soil there to the best that I can.
All right.
How'd the microphone test work?
Yeah, the microphone, I don't know. No, somebody needs to say something on the speaker. Does somebody online want to chime in? Kelly Harrigan, do you want to chime in?
I think the technology side is the most important, and we should take time to learn more about it.
Yes.
Yeah. And where do you work again? That was Kelly Harrigan. She's the assistant director for EPSCOR, but she has spent many, many years in IT, both at the university as well as in the private sector. So in fact, she's the person I rely on to decipher the technology in my world, so I can focus on the things that I love, like the biology.
And Miguel, I see that you chimed something. Would you mind to expand a bit, Miguel, on your answer?
Yes, sure. I was saying that for those who are unfamiliar with systems, the reference of Donald Meadows in Limits to Growth, it's very valuable because it not only talks about systems, but it talks about the carrying capacity of those systems and how that plays into our current climate change conundrums. So yes, I think that the systems approach is fantastic, and how the nested systems work together with each other and the relationships that we need to understand more than in addition to the systems themselves.
Thank you. Anyways, thank you.
All right. All right, so now I'll turn it over to Graciela Rivera, who is the State Hazard Mitigation Officer for the U.S. Virgin Islands. Graciela.
Good morning, everyone. Again, I will be moderating this session. This session is actually going to talk a little bit about the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, and I'm going to give this group here some visibility as to what the expectations and what the requirements are for the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. We will also talk about, one of the key things that is important is obtaining studies and data to be able to do successful projects. Dr. Greg will talk a little bit about how that can, he'll give an example. And then we also have two very interesting projects that we're going to touch base. One is actually a hazard mitigation grant program that we have with the VI Trail Alliance, and one is an individual private sector with Mississippi. So saying that, before I go into my presentation, I did want to say that my purpose when I come to these type of activities is, the HMRP plan is very critical to identify issues, problems, make studies about data, and identify things that we need to mitigate from. My program's task is to find solutions. Now, again, solutions, sometimes we tend to go to what we know or what we have recently done in the past. What is perfect about these type of forums is that you get the opportunity to hear ideas and recommendations from other people. And that gives you fresh ideas, fresh options, fresh project potentials. Another reason why this is key is we not only have the hazard mitigation grant program from Hurricane Maria and Irma, we also have the Hurricane Maria Disaster 4513, which is tied to COVID funding. So that is an additional $4 million in funding that the Virgin Islands has. Our goal is to, we want to make sure that we maximize all the funding available. So I want to make sure you guys are aware that we will get potentially additional funding for hazard mitigation grant program. We have additional funding for the hazard mitigation COVID grant, and we also have the opportunity to use BRIC, the Building Resiliency Infrastructure and Community, and we also have the flood mitigation assistance. So as we sit down, key stakeholders, community members, make sure that we use all these opportunities to help our island. Share. Okay, so saying that today I'm going to give you a brief overview of what's happening in the hazard mitigation grant program. But before that, I want to go over to some of the requirements and eligibility items for this. One of the key things is for process of project selection, any project submitted for hazard mitigation grant funding does need to meet one of the goals in our currently active 2019 hazard mitigation plan, which was approved by FEMA. We currently have listed in our presentation 6 goals, and I'm going to go through them really quickly. If you guys want the presentation, please feel free to reach out. But basically, it's any activity that reduces or eliminates long-term risk to people and to property from the various hazards. 2, strengthens and mitigates the territory key structures and infrastructures to reduce damage from any hazards. Improves the territory's communication. addresses all identified gaps and challenges with the territory's floodplain ordinance and ensure continued participation in an NFIP, the National Flood Insurance Program, improve sheltering capabilities throughout the entire territory, and 6, last, increases protection from all disasters to cultural, historical, and natural resources. Natural resources is actually one of my passion. I really do like finding natural mitigation activities. We've partnered often with DPNR, and they've provided some very good information. And this is one of those items that we really would like to hear some good ideas as we go through these next 2 days. Eligibility requirements. There's a lot of great ideas, but unfortunately we are FEMA funded and we have certain requirements that need to be met. This is just some, but these are the most applicable. Safe room, wind retrofits, mitigation planning, case in point, the hazard mitigation resilience plan, generators, shoreline stabilization, flood proofing, landslide stabilization, relocations, flood control, acquisitions, tsunami protection, seismic retrofit, utility and infrastructure protection, codes and standards, feasibility engineering and design studies, education, and awareness.
So I'm gonna jump in and just talk about briefly the Office of Disaster Recovery and how we actually decide to go to market in planning for the 1,500 projects that we have here in the territory to build back better. So 5 key areas of focus is what really guides our approach and to make sure that the Virgin Islands and the territory actually take care of what is most important to our citizens and our community. So these areas are housing, transportation, schools, health and human services, and utilities. So within these 5 core areas, one thing I want to note is in the public assistance program, every single project has the opportunity to actually put in mitigation funding to make sure that we build back more resilient, and we take into account the fact that we want to make sure that we build for the future and that we can actually reduce loss of life and loss of impact to infrastructures in the future for current disasters. If we go to the next slide, one of the ways that we actually prioritize that work is the projects are determined by the following criteria: areas with the greatest criticality to the community, projects where funds have been obligated, and projects where the scope of work has been completed. So one thing I want to note is in regards to power, we talked about utilities as being a core area of focus for the Virgin Islands and the territory. So a good example of mitigation showing up in how we are building out our new infrastructure is in regards to the undergrounding projects that we have in parallel with the composite pole projects that we're building out here for the territory. So not only are we hardening our composite poles so that we have more resilient power above ground, but we also have a component where we have several undergrounding projects that we're going to build throughout the territory to have a secondary place to make sure we have sustainable power. And then on top of that, we're making sure that certain BESS units are built out through our power plants so that we have power throughout the storms if we lose power to our main structures. So this is an example of making sure that resiliency and mitigation is built through all of our recovery projects as we look forward to a better future for the Virgin Islands.
Okay, I'm gonna go over some quick hazard mitigation project summary, nothing specific because we have a lot of projects that have been obligated, but just again, for general awareness, because my goal is to help you guys think of potential projects that we can use. We have the post-disaster code ordinance and enforcement that is with DPNR. We have the floodplain management, which is also with DPNR. We have our very important hazard mitigation resilience plan. We have multiple wind retrofits. Some of these are for critical infrastructures, police stations, fire stations, different other infrastructure, and also for residential homes, housing units and homes. We have one with VI Housing Authority for Oswald Harris. We have one for Walter I.M. Hodge, and we actually have one for individual residential homes with the St. John Community Foundation. We have safe room projects for community protection during the next hazard. We have multiple of those. One of the goals that we've been trying to focus is eliminate the reliance on schools so that we don't disrupt the students post a hazard in getting back to normal and education. We have drainage improvements throughout the territory. We have flood mitigation projects throughout the territory. We have various studies and analyses throughout the territory that will help us come up with additional projects for the future. We have acquisition projects, and we actually have some natural infrastructure. We have a coral and grove restoration project along with some other natural infrastructure studies. Lauren mentioned previously WAPA. WAPA projects, we have actually a pretty large one for St. Croix, which is renewable energy with solar panels. And Lauren mentioned the BESS systems. BESS actually is battery energy storage systems. So that will help create some redundancy and some support in the case of a hazard to get things up quicker. Hazard mitigation grant updates. Now, currently, we did receive a temporary extension for our application period to November 26, 2021. But we did request an extension for application. And guys, please pay attention because this allows you to submit project applications. We have requested an extension to April 2022. We're hopeful we're going to get that. So that gives allowances because, like I mentioned earlier, we do expect to get additional funding as part of the disaster recovery project. We currently have a total of 84 obligated and active projects. Challenges. There's a lot of challenges, unfortunately, with the disaster recovery. One of the challenges that we have is limited resources. And when I say resources, I mean manpower and the support that we need for that additional manpower. Escalating costs is actually another factor. Costs usually escalate after a disaster, and that's an unknown. The challenge now is COVID-19 presented and another challenge with not just cost, but also availability of resources. So one other thing is policies can change very quickly in the world of FEMA, and that can result in, it can impact projects by delaying them because there's always that stop and you have to resource. Now, I will say this. Lauren mentioned PA, public assistance. One of the challenges that happened recently, well, not recently, but in 2019, is that they allowed for additional opportunities of mitigation and public assistance, which was not actually a factor before. That meant that a lot of the projects for hazard mitigation had to be put on hold or rolled back to ensure that PA was exhausted. And then once that happened, we were able to step in and address the remaining gaps. Now, that's a good thing because hazard mitigation funding is dependent on public assistance funding. So the more funding that public assistance gets, the more funding we get, and the more we're able to do with projects, et cetera, in the territory. But again, too, the cost, escalation of cost has resulted in multiple budget revisions, requests for additional fundings, which delays the process even more. Again, like I stated, I am more curious to hear what everyone else has to say so that we can come up with successful projects for that additional funding that we're getting. So saying that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Dr. Greg so he can show how we use data to come up with good projects.
Thank you. Would you mind maybe moving a little microphone, please? Oh, you can hear me? Okay, so maybe leave it there. Okay, all right. Well, thank you. We're still struggling with challenges. Yeah, so I'm going to talk about a little quick sort of project thought experiment, and I would really love to hear, you know, different people's reaction, whether it's through the chat or they can voice it. But we've identified this morning, Jerry and Brian presented a series of, you know, hazards and the different impact that those hazards can have on the territory. And I'm going to spotlight myself. So hold on a second so you can see me. The co-spotlighted with, okay, here we go. So it's Priscilla and I. Can you guys see us spotlight? No? No? So I guess I'm gonna have to Priscilla, unfortunately. Oh yeah, great. Okay, so oh, but that's for you. All right. But in all seriousness, the third experiment that I'd like to kind of go on with your more brainstorming is the airport. So Jerry and Brian this morning talked about hazards and their impact, and you see we have a lot of places in hazard zone. The ones that sort of attracted our attention were the seaplane dock on St. Croix. It's flooded under pretty much any flooding scenario, from a hurricane to a tsunami. Even the airport, actually, a part of the airport on St. Croix can be also impacted by some of those big events. On St. Thomas, the legislature also can be completely surrounded by water or inundated for a particular big rain event or a tsunami or a big hurricane that generated a storm surge. But here we're going to focus on another place that really was intriguing to us, which is the fact that the airport on St. Thomas only has one road, and that's the road in blue here. So for those who don't know St. Thomas, this is the island. This is where we are. The airport is over here, and you can see that there is one road that really leads to the airport, and there's a wastewater treatment plant after that. And if we look at the projection for different type of hazards, so tsunami and storm surge, or even a big rain event, and it gets even worse if we're looking at 2050 when sea level is even higher. We see that this road is completely underwater. The entire airport actually is underwater. We can say the airport can drain real fast, but the problem with the road is that it is on the shore side, it's the beach. It's a beach with a hotel that is important for our economic vitality. It has also a beach that is very important for cultural resources and recreational purposes for the population. And as you can see, this road here has the airfield on one side, the beach, and the riprap revetment in a portion of it. So this is the riprap here that is along this road here. And so the question that we are asking ourselves is, what can be done? What can be done to protect that road? Because what happens is the airfield can drain, but a big wave, a tsunami, or even a big flood event can create pothole or even erode portion of the road, especially the side where the revetment is. And so the road can actually partially fall. And so that means access will be a big problem. So what is it that we can do? And if you look on the picture on the top right-hand side, that's a picture of the port. So the port is over here. And this picture was taken during high tide. This weekend we had king tides, and you probably saw some emails from DPNR and UVI about going and watching the king tide this weekend. As you can see, king tides, which is a sense of what's going to happen in 10 years, because as Jerry said, in 2050, it's going to be much higher than that. Well, you can see there's not a whole lot of room left in terms of freeboard. So if you have, a hurricane, because we're still in hurricane season, well, the port can also be wiped out. So what happens if the port is wiped out, but most importantly, the airport is wiped out? What is it that we can do? And that's the type of question that we are asking ourselves. And so I'd like to maybe solicit some ideas from the audience of what can be done to protect these important assets. Any of my co-panelists?
Well, I mean, one of the, I don't know, but I was guessing you can raise the road, and there are different options to do that. But I do have a question for you. You mentioned that the airport can drain pretty quickly. So is that because of specific drainage that they've already put in place? And you could probably incorporate that into the activity for the road?
We can do that. We can make sure that the road also drains really quickly. My main concern is the erosion that can happen on the seaside. So coming from the coast, if you have a big storm, all those rocks can become floating debris. And you remember the road on St. Croix?
Going to the pool.
Going to the pool?
Yes.
That's exactly what can happen here. And so I think Hilary had a thought. Go ahead, Hilary. Just loud, as loud as you can.
What are the implications? I think it's all reclaimed land.
It's all reclaimed land.
So like, what are the sort of permeability about drainage? What about risks to shaking plants and stuff like how does that play into the discussion?
So that can play in the discussion. So if we have an earthquake, so if we have a tsunami, for example, that is usually preceded by an earthquake, this issue of the liquefaction comes into play. And so you can have cracks in the road, you can have basically just the whole thing collapsing. That's also true for the airport, actually. We don't have a lot of information about the ability of the airport to withstand an earthquake. So that's on our to-do list. But let's focus on the flooding and the potential erosion of the road for this exercise.
So just as a point for the folks that are listening online, panelists, please just repeat the question when they come to the audience.
Yes. So any other thoughts? Anybody online? Oh, yes, question from, yes. So basically a floating road. That's a very interesting idea. I think on the road to Key Biscayne in Miami, I think they have this system where the road elevation can adjust depending on the type of, let's say, wave activity or sea activity. So that's a good point. I think they're looking at that also in parts of the South. So basically you would create a modular road that would allow it to move a little bit, but not break. And okay, that's very interesting. Another thought?
I think it's important to think about that this beach is real jeopardy. So how important is this beach to really save? It's going to require nourishment at some point. Are we willing to sacrifice for the road or to look at other options that might be more costly?
So that's an interesting point. Now we're talking about trade-offs. So we talked about the fact earlier, most of you said that natural systems are the one that you like the most or cared about the most, if I can summarize the poll result that way. And if we change the type of road, or if we expand the road or even put a seawall, access to the beach, which I mentioned was critical and important for the tourism, but also for recreation by Virgin Islander, access to the beach can be threatened. And so the question is, what is most important? What type of trade-off can we allow in order to protect that road? Marlon, would you mind unmuting yourself and chiming in?
So I wanted to, I know I did post something in the chat, but I'm not sure.
Just go ahead.
If it's going to be as popular, but I have two thoughts, and it's a combination of both hard and soft infrastructure. Considering the importance, the cultural and historical and spiritual experience. And I want to say this, I've done this on this particular beach. If you go there at 6 o'clock in the morning, you see people over the age of 60, especially, both here and Brewers Bay, who it is their morning routine. So this is not only a cultural thing, it's a spiritual part of our community. So my thoughts are, there's a project in Jamaica where the road after Hurricane Ivan was inundated with 8 feet of sand, impassable. It leads very much like this one to the national airport that services the eastern portion of the island. There was a huge project. They came in and used riprap on one side. It's not a important cultural resource as this one, but what they did was they used large stones to protect the shore side and then covered that with sand, and then tried and have been trying to recreate a dune system. This particular area, I think, might be a case in point for this because it already has an established beach. My thoughts are to create offshore artificial structures that would reduce the wave runoff, and then Graciela mentioned acquisition. Acquire the old Beachcomber Hotel, raise it to the ground, improve that dune system, either through the renourishment of sand, and improve that renourishment so we have the ability to withstand that. You have an area that the beach itself can retreat to if necessary, or an area. It's not going to retreat all along that entire area, but a portion of that beach could retreat if it needs to. And I know it might not be the most popular thought process, but I thought that having seen that, it's shallow enough, I think that we could put submerged underwater breakwaters that, if they're well studied, could prevent a lot of the issues that we foresee. And then if we could acquire the beachcomber and then turn that into a large dune, improve the parking for people along the roadway. Again, I leave the riprap up there, vegetation, improve that. I think that might be something needs well studying, of course, but could be an option.
No, that's a very interesting point, Marlon, because what you do is you are creating structures offshore of the beach to try to protect the beach, but you also are doing things inland to allow for the beach to readjust itself as the various, as sea level continue to rise, as the various sort of hurricane and other hazard impact the beach. You can allow it to readjust itself, and at the same time, protect both the road and protect the this very important cultural and spiritual assets. Because again, it goes back to this question of trade-off and how can we, as much as possible, have cake and eat it too, is basically the big question that we have to ask ourselves moving forward in the Virgin Islands. Because as one person was saying in the past, moving forward in one of our webinars, moving forward, all major infrastructure projects, we have to think very carefully about them, because once we build them, they're going to be here for decades, and yet the climate is going to get worse and worse in terms of impact. And so really thinking about what are we doing, how it's going to protect us, what are we losing, what are we willing to lose in order to get what type of level of protection or additional well-being benefits. So your thoughts is very interesting. I saw that Graciela was actually making note, as well as my Mr. Defidi next to me. So this is something that we can continue to think about. But this is the type of thought exercise that, as we kind of finalize this project, we would love to continue to have your ideas on. So I'm going to stop here. I wanted to show one last thing on this slide here before I stop, because this I think I'm over my time. But going back, the point though is that the road to the airport is a problem, the port is a problem. If there's a big hurricane, kind of like Irma or Maria, that goes in between the island, the entire town and the port facilities are under serious threat. So not only we need to think about innovative ideas like the one you suggested, Marlon, but also others, such as the floating road, or making sure that the beach is protected, etc. But we also need to think about alternate. In case everything goes down, what can we do? And we need to look at Brewers, for example. The fact that Brewers Beach, which is here, the road is pretty much outside of the hazard zone. And so something can be done to use Brewers as a temporary sort of port facility while you repair or do something in the port. So anyway, a lot of thinking can happen, and a lot of thinking will happen in the future to ensure that we get the services that we need, but also that we protect what matters to us.
No, just a point. Brewers was used after Irma as a staging area by the military because the airport was so damaged that they actually landed with amphibious craft, landed with supplies and materials on Brewers Beach.
And so the question, so the team made the point that Brewers Beach was used as an emergency landing spot after the hurricane. And so the question is, what can we do to sort of maybe put some of those measures more in place so that Brewers does not get too damaged in the process of this temporary use? So are there mitigation strategies that we should put at Brewers, knowing that it could be used? So this is the type of question that I think is going to be very exciting. Maybe we're going to have more discussion, brainstorm like this for all of people who are interested in this as we finalize the plan. But with that said, I will turn the spotlight. Let me remove the spotlight on me and return it to Graciela.
Excellent discussion. Thank you, everyone. And thank you to everyone who posted in the chat. We did jot down what you stated, and there were some good ideas there. Thank you, Kimiko. saying that, mitigation is something that we can all take an active role in. It doesn't have to be something that we do with FEMA funding. It is something that we can incorporate in all our projects and plans. We just need to make sure that the necessary people are educated and are aware and are willing. So saying that, I am going to say that we don't have a presentation from a private sector who on his own is incorporating some of these strategies in a project that he has. Saying that, we'll turn it over to Mr. DeFiti.
And, you get me two slides. Yep, you can stop sharing. All right. Good morning, everyone. I love attending the HMRP various workshops as they take place. There's so much to learn, and the challenge, of course, is as was communicated on the 6-point guide, is how do you take all this knowledge that's being generated and the data that's being generated and apply it to real world situations. So my name is Richard DeFiti. I'm president and founder of Gold Coast Yachts here on St. Croix. I've been a resident of St. Croix for 46 years. My company has been here for 36 years. And I also serve on several economic development planning committees for the governor, as well as his marine industry task force. And so after Irma Maria, the task force convened to try to look at what options and alternatives do we have for diversifying the economy. And the governor and Commissioner Bisciotti were concerned that the Virgin Islands was a transportation station for the large tourism industry that was moving through the Virgin Islands to the British Virgin Islands. Well, what did the British Virgin Islands have that we don't have? They had equipment, they had boats, they had marine infrastructure, they had policies and regulatory processes that allowed companies to establish themselves there. And so literally there was probably a $200 million a year industry with a pass-through rate of about 7 to 1 that was taking place in the Virgin Islands while majority of the individuals flew in through our shores and moved on. And so the governor's question was, how do we capture that? How can we capture that share of that? And how can we potentially turn what is currently a $40 million a year marine industry into a $150 million marine industry while protecting the quality of the environment? So as you know, when a storm comes, because we don't have extensive dry storage facilities, the vessels that are in the territory do one of two things. They leave and they go down island, they go to Trinidad, they go to Grenada, they go to Puerto Rico where there's large infrastructure projects, or they go to our bays, they go to Coral Bay, they go to the Mangrove Lagoon in St. Thomas, they go to Salt River Bay on St. Croix. And as we've all seen many times after these storms, those places of shelter work, sometimes they don't, but often the vessels that are there are damaged. And then the debris is in the bays, and we get all the downsides of that. And as we know, our bays are our most precious resources. They're the place where the hatcheries are for the fish as they populate our fishing areas. So they're crucially important. So the governor's question was, well, what can be done? And so on this map, this is the section of Christiansted. You can see the Water and Power Authority, what's left of the old LBJ housing development, and then there's plot 211. My company owns Plot 211, and we are in the process of actually building a new facility for ourselves on that property. And what's interesting about this, and I'll go back, is you can, I don't have a mouse, you can see, maybe I do. You can, here we go. You can see this is the gut, and I'm gonna blow it up for you, that comes all the way up to Estate Goldenrock that comes down. And so the result of that was we've had to build an assembly facility, thank you, that is segmented because so much of the land is affected by flood conditions. This photo is the entire watershed. And so this is the parcel we own. You can see the gut. You can see the gut going all the way up to Goldenrock. That's Pueblo. And so in the discussions with the governor, we then tried to identify what real estate do we have in the territory, in any of the districts, where we could house the fleets of vessels. So that way the Department of Tourism, the governor through its governor's office through its economic policy, and then through our regulatory processes, we could protect our bays, move the fleet of vessels that he wants to build for this tourism industry development into infrastructure. And so we have identified sites on St. Thomas, and this site on St. Croix was identified as a place that could probably house the majority of the fleet. You notice there's the Deepwater Channel that extends back from coming through around Round Reef in Christiansted. There's two ways into the harbor. And then there's this Deepwater Channel that was created and dredged in order to feed WAPA. That brings us all the way down to this site. And so the reason I'm here is to now go back to that 6-point chart that you all are working on and developing. It would be fantastic if the governor's office says, all right, here's the sector we want to go into. Today, I'm just speaking about the marine industry sector. Here's a particular piece of that we want, which is the charter industry. Why do we want that? Because it's going to generate literally thousands of high demand, high wage jobs. And that concept was established by NOAA in a report that it put out in 2020 regarding the blue economy and how to develop the blue economy for the Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. And then the next question became, well, then what's our available infrastructure to do that? Who's going to do it? And so obviously you have to look to the private sector to support this, because I don't think you could accomplish this solely in the public sector. And then what organizations, i.e. HMRP, FEMA, would be involved to then would holistically create an opportunity, while at the same time developing and enhancing the watershed. And for all of us that have lived on St. Croix, we know this area floods. A large number of my staff were raised here, and their concerns, of course, are the amount of rainwater that's flooding down this main gut as on these heavy rain events. And as we all know now, 100-year rain events are no longer 100-year rain events. And so this is just an example of how to now merge economic development policy, economic development on a policy level in the governor's office with the work that you're doing on hazard mitigation. This one obviously is related to stormwater, and then to create economic drivers within the community. So I was asked to just present that as a way of seeing how your work impacts what could be done. In the past, no one would talk about this. A developer would come, he'd make his proposal, he would develop this outline in green, storm would come, everything would wash down the watershed, it'd be a mess. And we'd have what we have in so many places in the territory now. And I'm grateful for the work that this group has been doing. And I'm looking forward and hoping that we can integrate to the highest level possible improvements to this watershed and produce a piece of infrastructure that should allow us to keep from clogging our bays with sunken vessels, as well as making the entire fleet that the tourism department relies on have to evacuate the territory, while enhancing the environment and not destroying the environment. So thank you. It's just wanted to give you a little bit of insight into that project.
Any questions?
So I know you mentioned that area floods quite frequently. So
Yes.
as you're thinking about developing, how are you incorporating that knowledge?
Yeah, great question.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, he said, since we are developing this area, how are we incorporating the flooding? And I wish I had one more slide here. I thought of it earlier. And let me see if I can do this. This road and this road and all on this beach, is the sewer system. That's the pump out station for the sewage. And on our particular development, the majority of the work has been on flood control. So in between all the buildings, we have water catchments, perforated pipe, and then to the north of our facility, these are all catchment ponds that were designed by the hydrologists to not only collect our roof runoffs, but also any of the additional waters that will be coming down the hills by McDonald's and the courthouse there, as well as what's coming down from the east. And so that's a byproduct of not planning this entire watershed properly. And so if we can now enhance this area, which is just now running through, potentially put collection ponds in it, maybe make parkland out of it, put running trails around it or bike trails, and the catchment basins, then you would stop all the sedimentation that's happening in the bay. You would not suffer the damage to the sewage treatment plant and its system that is existing in that area, and take what in the past has just been overlooked now and integrate it into a holistic runoff plan. I hope I answered your question. Okay.
Are there incentives for you to actually incorporate that?
The question was, are there incentives for incorporating this into our business plan? The answer is no. But I've been a resident here for most of my life, and it's important to me personally.
So you're doing a good citizen.
Well, I think, and I mentioned it earlier, I don't think we had the knowledge or the resources or the connectivity to align and leverage. And you know, the word leverage is often misused, but as well as align, but by naturally, all agencies and most private sector businesses are siloed. And we don't really want to be siloed. It just happens that way. And because we're busy and, you know, it's just hard to make those connections. I think one of the things that HMRP can do and is doing is bringing the data to the surface, and then asking the important questions. Can we leverage? Can we align? What is the benefit of that to our community? Because it doesn't do our tourism industry any good if the tourism fleet is wrecked in our most precious bays. It doesn't do the marine industry any good if there's no place to have their equipment because the insurance companies tell us and leave to go to Grenada or Trinidad. And so this marriage is possible through the activities, I think, of the HMRP. And the incentive is trying to do something right, so we're not dealing with the mess of it 30 years later.
So I just following up on that, I'm seeing comments in the chat. It's clear that this is also a partnership with the government. I think things like the Kennedy housing development there has a chance to be redeveloped or reconfigured. And that's part of both the drainage and protecting, where people live and so forth. So can you talk a little bit about building that relationship? Because I think one of the reasons we invited you was to talk, what the private sector and government needs to do together in order to foster this kind of long-range planning and to benefit both the private sector, government, and the communities that are impacted by this kind of.
Right, do I need to repeat your question, Kimberly? You all got that. All right, Kim, good job. So thank you, and I neglected to mention that. So in this particular development, on the portion that is related, plot 211, that is solely owned by Gold Coast Yachts, and it's a development that it's doing for its own manufacturing operations. On the development in the gray, that is a private-public development where the government of the Virgin Islands will own 20% of that project. And the governor's made a policy decision that the cash flow from that project that goes to GVI, it will funnel to the GERS. Now, there's work to do to make all that happen, but that is the concept. The ownership of the property has been deeded from Housing Finance now to GVI to initiate this. And so GVI on its own doesn't have the ability, the expertise to go ahead and do the development. So they're partnering with a private sector company to do this development, do this infrastructure development, but with significant benefit to the government of the Virgin Islands. Thank you. Thank you for the questions.
We thank you, everyone. And now we're going to another project that is actually incorporating mitigation activity with actually more activities for our community. So this is one of those dual purpose that is a win-win across the board. So without further ado, now we're going over to Ms. Alma with Winfield from the VI Trail Alliance.
The internet for a little bit. Okay. All right. Good.
We're having just a little technical difficulty, so hold on 1 second. We're trying one last thing.
We have to do the change in PowerPoint.
The change in PowerPoint.
Close this PowerPoint and then transition. And share the screen with a slideshow.
So you want me to close the PowerPoint?
like there's an issue with that tower. Oh, so the power point was not closed. Is that what you were saying? So where is yours? Oh.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Alma Wingfield, and I'm with the VI Trail Alliance. We currently manage a hazard mitigation project in Springett Valley on St. Croix. So far, we have been able to complete a watershed study. We are a nonprofit, and so this is the first time that we've entered into something like this. And the other thing that we have done is entered into contract to acquire 13 acres of property that will be turned into a park and green space. But I was really here to talk to you about the problems that we've had in the past, problems trying to put a project together. And so I reverted back to, and why would a nonprofit write an application for hazard mitigation? So I went back to, for me, was very important, and it was, what's going on? So, sorry. Okay, it started with a little community, a community in Tulipan Welcome, where we had a homeowners and we had 2 acres of land that had been untouched for 40 since the 1970s. Basically, the property was supposed to be a park, and it was never built. And it was a dump site, and we were able to change it into a green space and park. So some of the difficulties was the actual location of the property. It was, sorry, technical difficulties. The actual property was a remaining parcel of our
Bear with us for a moment. We are having some technical difficulties.
Yeah, somehow it's went on a timer. So we're gonna do this. You're just gonna navigate from here. And then you just put it down.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're back up and running. Okay, so the community looked like this. Multiple houses built in the early 70s. The remaining piece of land was to be a park. The water was running off the hillsides down through the property. Over the years, garbage had collected. The lower end of the swale at the bottom portion was blocked, so it prevented water from moving through the property as it was designed, and the lower swale burst and caused flooding into the low-lying homes. We had no money, and that's a real issue. We went to the Urban and Community Forestry. They supported us for our first year, and we thought we can do all of this. We can correct the water issues, and we can do the build our park features at the same time. Right from the start, we did the land survey. Within hours, the pegs had been removed. We then went to all the divisions to give us guidance, and basically it was a private property, so they couldn't help us. We were on our own. It was determined it was not a gut, so we could just go ahead and clear it, no problems. So the work began. We began, as I say, with cleaning the debris. And there was multiple issues with debris throughout the property. And people came together, this community came together, and we had volunteer days. We filled dumpsters. We were actually able to, in one day, we filled 4 dumpsters. And some of the problems, even with that day, we had to call police, vehicles were blocking the area, there was verbal harassment. But you know, the great thing was the officers stayed and helped. This takes a going on, as we had to wait for money, the neighbors got together, they built pallet furniture for their park. It was becoming very important to them. We gathered trees, native species trees. We gathered soils. We potted the plants. We cared for the plants. However, the first time we planted, 2 months later, the trees were all pulled out of the ground. Second time we planted, we had trees that were poisoned. The real work began when the funding came in and the crews began to work. And again, there were challenges. Every time the blade hit the ground, there was new garbage. It was in layers. Mounds that looked like land were actually piles of garbage. The deeper we pulled out, the more the guts defined. And so it was, we had to rake the area. We were, all in all, there were 50 bins of garbage over 2 years that we removed from this site. At the end of the first year, we did not complete the project. We were told that it was a gut, that we shouldn't have touched it, that it had to be, had to stand. And if we were to continue, we would need to have an engineer to do this, to start. But luckily enough, the work that we did was successful. The rains came, the guts worked, and the water stayed away from the homes, and the lower homes did not flood. Okay. Oh, and of course, we still had no money. So we had to go back to the Department of Agriculture, and they supported us for another year. But again, the money was slow in coming. And so this little neighborhood, we just went ahead and we started doing other things for our park. We did murals. We got children involved, and they were, you know, we started to build pride in this neighborhood. And then it moved on, and the grass grew. The funding didn't come. The grass still grew and grew. Finally, the funding came, and we could start clearing the land again. But of course, then we were in a drought. You can see the condition of the soils. It was very bare, dry. Here's our swale. This is the bottom swale. It had been filled with contract debris. That was open, and so that meant the water could flow. But our question was, where does this water go? Where does this water go? Within days of us clearing the property in the midst of a drought, nearby fires were approaching. Then we were, because of the issues with our project being stopped, and we almost lost our funding. But there were more people who supported them that didn't. So our project continued. So that was the Never Never Land. Where did this water go to? Now we had to build a berm. There was a road running through the property which just let the water run from one end to the other, directed it straight to the homes. So we had to build a berm. In came the truckloads of fill. It took 14 loads of rotten rock to build this berm. And in the meantime, the people still worked. They prepared their park put out their benches. They started to prepare for planting. All in all, we were able to plant oh, this was a good one. It shows you how we now had wet and dry areas where, so we could actually put these park features in place. We dug holes. We planted 150 native species trees along the guts. And this was all done by volunteer work, community. Of course, then there was natural predators. We had to put deer protectors around all the trees because we had deer in the neighborhood. Then we had just come out of a drought, so we had to get an irrigation system in. So we started digging and installing underground irrigation to make sure that those trees could survive. Look, oh boy, sorry, technical. I'm going to skip down. The community kept going. We created a sundial. We created a pavilion. We were able to actually design and install entrance walls for this little park. And then we had a grand opening. It was very successful. Agriculture was very pleased with the project. The financials looked great in that we had no money, but somehow we were able to put $150,000 of value into this project through donations of in-kind labor, volunteer hours, and of course the community grant money. In the end, we had a bridge over boulders that slowed down the water passing through. We had a pavilion in a dry spot where the water actually mitigated around it. We had beautiful entry walls advertising our park. It was extremely successful. The trees were growing, and but the thing that really bothered me and kept me awake at night was, where did the water go? We knew we corrected it for our area. We knew that the water that got to our area first was still silty. It was coming from other developments, other roads, other hillsides. We couldn't do anything about that, but we could control or do something about the water that came off of this little park property. So that was why, and what was the stimulus for writing the hazard mitigation grant. It was so that we could identify those waters, make sure that they passed through and got through the guts safely, and perhaps install mitigation work so that we could aid in retention. This particular project is 13 acres. The property will be acquired. It will be deeded to the Department of Agriculture into perpetuity for trails and green space after the mitigation work is completed. The mitigation work, this piece of property lies in the higher end of the watershed. And the water that collects in this deep part of the spring gut will affect the waters going all the way down to the Gallows Bay and the waterfront. So from this little project, we will be able to reduce velocity of the waters and improve clarity. So this is the story of how a community working together can accomplish even hazard mitigation projects. Thank you.
There was one question online. Dave Alderson was asking a question. Dave, do you have a question?
Yeah, hi, good morning. Really interesting project. I didn't understand why there was sabotage on the project. You mentioned trees being pulled and poisoned, the need for police during the initial cleanup stages. Can you maybe just speak about that a little bit? Thank you.
Yes, in every community, people have different ideas of what property should be used for. Some are used to abusing areas in their own way for their own purposes. And when change happens, they become affected, and sometimes they strike out. And this is just what happens in community. It's not something that we like to dwell on, but I wanted to let you know that it does happen.
Thank you.
It is.
Yeah, there's also the thing that some people want the fruits of the labor of the trees, but they don't want to invest or spend the time, and they see a tree that's reached a point that it's going to start bearing fruit soon or it's well grown. They will steal it. I mean, it's something that does happen. It's sad.
Well, one thing I
Yes.
wanted to say is that through consistency, and we were able to meet this challenge, and that no longer occurs.
So this is a big part of the work that I did for my study, which I'll be presenting on today. But what I'm curious about is, well, one, how did you get the community to buy into the projects get this work done? Because I think a lot of nonprofits and NGOs have trouble getting people in the community to actually take part in a lot of these different projects that impact their health, well-being, and so on and so forth. So how did you get buy-in for
We actually, how did we get the community to buy into the project? What we did was we actually went to the community. We had an idea that what their desire was, and so we sat down and we listened. We made notes and tried to figure out how we could help them. And it was through that process. Some people said there was garbage in their backyard. Their real estate was no longer valuable. Others said their properties were consistently flooding, that they were creating guts or ditches in their own yards to try to get the water to drain around their properties. And so when we put it all together, we realized it was coming from this 2-acre piece of property, and something needed to be done. And that's how it all came to pass. It came from me.
Thank you guys all. And I remember being at the celebration. My point is not really a question, it's just a comment from what everyone's talked about here, and from the perspective of an agency that does planning, is to really highlight the importance of location, because sometimes knowing where there's a whole lot to be done to know where the problem is occurring, and then to understand that where that's occurring is not necessarily the source of where the solution would be had. And then knowing what the condition of the land is, and who owns it, and how interested they are in playing a part. We all deal with those things regularly, and so I just wanted to lend that as another perspective. One, we deal with it as a DNR by TEMA and the territory by investing more in watershed plans so that we can look at lands this way and ask and answer. But it can be really hard, and we shouldn't take for granted that it's sometimes all of those pieces have to come together in order for some of these projects to happen. And it's a really heavy lift, and these are all good examples of it, but we shouldn't take for granted that we need to keep this where we want to make a solution is not necessarily where people are experiencing the problem, and we need to make sure we take at that level, not just fixing a problem where the problem occurs, like evangeline, but looking strategically at where we're doing that. But I just wanted to point out that everybody's story here kind of highlighted it's got to happen that way, and location matters.
And I'm going to piggyback a little bit on what Hillary said. You know, I love this project. I'm very passionate about this project. Everyone knows that. one of the things with this project is it has so many synergies. And again, you have to identify. You're seeing after the bypass was built, there was an increased interest in walking, and walkability became a factor. So that actually helped this project move forward because it's something that now the community and the territory as a whole is more interested in. Then this also feeds into, and going to what Hillary said, the project was actually larger, but unfortunately we lost some of the property that would have helped us address some of the other issues. But this project also works in synergy with activities that DPW has as it pertains to Gallows Bay, plans for improvement there, and potentially the purchase of the Decadence property, the ice cream shop that got demolished, that hopefully will be another flood mitigation opportunity that we can work with DPW and DPNR to incorporate within that. So it's just, as Hillary said, some things just have to piggyback on each other and work with each other jointly. And this is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, and another thing, I think, Hillary, thank you for your comment, and thank you for your comment also, Graciela, because another thing I think that is important in both projects is really thinking about what happens above you, what happens below you, taking a watershed or sub-watershed approach and not thinking about how can I protect myself. So really, again, understanding the system in which you are part of, and then understanding how you can then take action over this whole system to solve your problem.
One of the things that DPW is doing, a lot of their road constructions are targeted and grouped by watershed, just to incorporate that. And to Mr. DeFiti, for your awareness, you spoke about the area from McDonald's down that is affected. We actually have another project with St. Dunstan's, so the St. Dunstan's location, to do a safe room. Part of the challenge there, it is in a special flood hazard area. So there is a need to do a LOMAR there. And one of the things we're doing is a H&A study for that entire watershed that can then also benefit the Orange Grove area and some of the challenges that we're seeing there. So again, seeing where all these projects can work together to do the the best impact for the territory is also key.
So we have a comment in the back.
If you don't mind walking in front of to the microphone, that would be helpful.
Thank you.
All the way to the top. All right.
Well, first of all, great work. It was just so encouraging to see all of that amazing work, real work, digging in the dirt, making it happen, working with the water and working with the land. Somebody on the Zoom call brought up the point regarding why did people sabotage the project, and I just wanted to put one more word on it that I think is important for us all to sort of remember and consider. My background is behavior analysis. I work with people with disabilities, but I guess my expertise in some ways is understanding human behavior and motivations for human behavior. And we do have a principle in our field which is called counter control. And it's a behaviors that people exhibit that are sometimes aggressive, sometimes passive aggressive, when they feel like they're in situations where they don't have much power. And I hope that we can remember as we engage in these processes to also just remember the historical context of this community. People's histories and where people are coming from. And I guess we can't really sort of have these discussions about being restorative and moving things forward, without that honest acknowledgement sometimes of why people would sabotage a project that would benefit them. It's sort of this counter control effort because there's been a little bit of a history of disenfranchisement or not feeling fully empowered. And I think, Mr. DeFiti, his mention of being in a silo, and it's great that it's now unsiloed, because the more perspectives we can bring in, then we can get real cooperation. And, in the disability field, we have a saying, which is nothing about us without us. And, I think the same can be said for all of these community efforts. So.
Okay, I have a question for you. Sure. So, for example, they showed the condition of the properties, you know, I mean, the lack of respect, the dumping, the garbage, everything. And I do understand what you're saying and I respect it, but how do you find that middle ground to be able to move forward? Because sabotage doesn't help anyone in the community. And you know, you do have public hearings, you have webinars, you have information, but we don't attend. And when I say we, I'm talking about us as US Virgin Islanders. We don't typically attend. And we don't raise these concerns in a forum where they can then be addressed.
Yeah.
So what is your recommendation to work around that?
Well, I mean, it's a fair point, and certainly it's not condoning, it's just explaining.
No, understood.
You know, so because if we understand it well, we can understand how to solve it. So, I mean, the recommendation is, I think ultimately what Alma did is real relationships. You know, like Mr. DeFeedy with his employees, understanding, you know, the people that work for me live here, and you know, real relationships and genuine caring, so that when people come together, there's trust. You know, there's greater degrees of trust, and then also concrete efforts. You know, concrete efforts to teaching and training how to engage in the civic process, calling radio shows, you know, attending a hearing. I mean, you know, there's specific tangible things we can do to give skills to teach people about how to engage in the public processes. But it's skill building with sincerity.
I guess it's just key to personalize it and be fully aware so that then you can identify the best course back.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You have a question? Sure.
So, yeah, Gabrielle, I have a question. So we've been talking about mitigation and resiliency, and part of that process is taking things apart and tearing them down to rebuild them better as we go forward. And so I would just like to add and suggest that the science of deconstruction, I think, is important as to integrate in this as we go forward. So that way, in the case of, for example, the old LBJ project, you don't want to take that project down, send it to the dumpster. What can you use that material for as that, so we're not just removing it as solid waste. So that's my next field of study going forward is how do we reuse the stuff that's there so we just don't throw it in the dump.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, oh,
I was going to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, are we finished? Can I just ask?
Yeah. No, I wanted to follow up on that.
Yeah, that's one of the concerns. That's actually something that we have been discussing because you're going to see a lot of construction. So you're going to see a lot of demo. What do we do with that? And that's one of the questions that I wanted to pose in this. Any ideas, recommendations, suggestions? Example, I know BI Housing Authority is using some of the concrete, they're crushing it, and then they're using it for, you know, different areas in the how much of that can we do? Because you're right, we have both of our landfills are on the consent decree. We know they're practically filled. How can we manage that and how can we reuse that? So that is an ongoing conversation, and I would love to pick anyone and everyone's brain here to get some more ideas and suggestions.
Yeah, and is there anybody from Island Green on the line? Nobody? So Island Green Living from St. John, actually last weekend they had a workshop on deconstruction, and they are trying to build that those skills in a territory. I believe they flew 2 or 3 people from St. Paul to St. John for that training. So I wish they were there, but they're going to be here, I believe, tomorrow during the tomorrow. So we can pick that up tomorrow. They will be talking a little bit about some of their.
Yeah, this is Kamiko. So we funded that. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is Kamiko. We fund. EPA funded the deconstruction workshops and the deconstruction grant because we're trying to build the deconstruction infrastructure in the VI. And one of the things that we're trying to do too is encourage the use of monofills at the landfills so that any materials can, any source separated materials, be they construction debris or glass or compost, if it's all separated at the landfill, then even if we don't have a market or a use for it, just.
I think we lost you, Kimiko. But yeah, so this is happening, and hopefully Kelly will talk more about it tomorrow.
So this has been great, actually. I mean, this really touches upon some of those themes that, you know, the building blocks that we mentioned earlier, is that long-range view, the collaboration, the patience that it takes to persist with the challenges is so critical, which is what we need to do. And when we think about, you know, the R in resilience that changes this from a hazard mitigation plan to a hazard mitigation and resilience plan, that long view really comes into play, because the steps that, you know, the two speakers here have brought to us capture, you know, recognizing what's happening, but also thinking about the future. It comes from the fact that you've lived here a long time, you understand how the system works. And that kind of knowledge is absolutely essential, because that awareness, that monitoring, literally, I mean, at a personal level, you're monitoring your environment, you're learning from it. These are some of the values that we embrace when we talk about resilience, because it takes that adaptation. The other way, what's the other way? Anticipation. Thank you. I would blank on it. But learning, all of those are elements in resilience that we have to build into the process in order to make what we're doing last and durable. And so I'm really excited with what we've been doing here. Ready to weigh in?
Hello,
Hi.
this is Diana. I had a quick question.
Sure.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to commend you all on this amazing project. That's what it takes: consistency over time and collaborative efforts. And I know sometimes there are a lot of discouraging things that go along, but part of the process is just continuous improvement and just keeping going. Is this an opportunity to replicate this impressive project throughout the islands and come up with models like this within communities? Has that been considered?
Well, we need champions.
True.
That is a challenge for all of us, is to find partners inside government, outside government, private sector, in the NGO community to champion, to speak up, you know, and ideally have a shared voice, because it's really hard for one person or one group to carry the load indefinitely against all the planned and unplanned barriers and surprises. And I think the fact is, and I was in a meeting yesterday where we talk about that sort of exhaustion that comes from recovery, you know, all the startups that got right after the hurricanes, all that energy that got expended. 6 months, a year later, people are exhausted, and we have to figure out others in the community to pass the baton, literally and figuratively, in a way, right, you know what to look like. Find ways to pass that baton and share both the responsibility and the load, and then hand it back when that person has had the chance to recharge, or that community, or that institution. So it's really, it's something that we all have to participate if we want to make these changes.
Yeah, tomorrow I'll be talking a little bit about communities, and the theme is just all connecting. I think what we need to remember is that culturally, we are not, Virgin Islands, I'm a Virgin Island, ancestral Virgin Islander, are not used to coordinating and collaborating on a regular basis. And this is something that I've learned as I moved back home last year. So we heard the private sector is doing some amazing things. We hear the nonprofit sector is doing amazing things. We hear government is doing amazing things, but they're doing them individually in separate areas. So what we need to do is find a way, a forum, maybe, that we can come together. Hey, and this is a forum right here, where we could come together and share our successes and share what our wins and share our models. so that we can then duplicate it across the board. So I think this is a great discussion, enough to bring in, kind of almost skip over the last section that we were supposed to do, but it made the point. It put resilience, it put the R in hazard mitigation, and that's why we're here. Thank you.
So are we ready?
We're good?
Oh, sorry.
Your camera is right here.
Yeah, I know. Well, I was actually.
Don't look at the lens, look at the camera.
My apologies. No, we are not stalling, but we are ready.
Yes,
Yes, we are ready. So we're going to take a break. We are taking a 1 hour break. Yeah, we're taking a 1 hour break. And so it is 5 after 12. So come back at 1:05 Atlantic time, 12:05 Eastern time, and do the math if you're in an earlier time zone like the folks out in California, 4 hours. Thank you.
Don't touch it.
We are officially unmuted.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We had a nice lunch break. Janine and I are doing sort of a recap of this morning, and I'm just thinking about the different themes that we heard about. Obviously, we got a sense of the hazards. Actually, a very good detailed characterization, and then some of the challenges in our ability to anticipate or mitigate some of them. A lot of it's due to data or just the state of the models, et cetera. We also, heard from Greg and others just about how the systems that we want to rely on, how interconnected they are. And what that means as we think about strategies moving forward, whether it's around mitigation or enhancing resilience, et cetera, et cetera. I think the real opportunity came to light when we heard from our last session speakers that really showed us the path moving forward. Thank you. Really captured, I think, the relationship that these champions who wanted to make change in their community, whether it's through the business or through their neighborhoods, what they had to do to make that happen here in the Virgin Islands. And not to make it sound like it, that it's really hard here, because it's hard actually everywhere. And I think that's the important context that we often lose, because we are a bit isolated here in the Caribbean. We don't really think about, well, what are people doing up in the States? And we draw on lessons from them. I mean, people like Jerry and Brian come from the mainland, and they bring that insights, but we often get caught up into the island mentality. But the reality is pulling communities together, drawing upon different resources in a way that, some from government, some from the neighborhood, some from just patience and persistence. That's what it takes, and it's a collective effort, and that's really, really important here as we think about the strategies and efforts that we have underway. Graciela and Lauren and others spoke this morning about the projects and the number of players, the number of participants, both within government and elsewhere, that have to come together. The agencies that have to come together to actually actualize and those projects and have them successfully move forward. So I'm going to turn it over to Janine, who's going to talk about what we're going to cover this afternoon. But I think the real takeaways from this morning is that these systems are interdependent. So are the people, the human resources behind them. And I think most importantly, we still need champions. We still need leaders who can identify others when they get tired or they get exhausted, that they could pass that proverbial baton on to someone else, because a lot of this work takes a great deal of time, and that kind of persistence and durability is what's called for, whether it's in government, communities, or neighborhoods.
Thanks, Tim. You know, and here we are at a hazard mitigation workshop, and the biggest takeaway that I came away with from this morning was that it's really not about the hazards. You know, we know that hazards sometimes give us a surprise. You know, that hurricane just makes that sudden turn, and now all of a sudden we're all scrambling. But it's not about the hazards. It's really about the people. It's about the processes that the people have to follow. It's about the policies that the people have to follow. So that's the biggest takeaway for me on this. So this afternoon, what do we have to look forward to? Well, this morning we heard about systems and infrastructure. And surprises, this afternoon we'll be hearing about being aware of the drivers of risk, about linking economic planning to disaster risk reduction, and how we should be aligning the plans. We're very good at planning, very good planning here in the Virgin Islands. So we have a plan for everything. So making sure that each of the different departments, the agencies, the private groups, the nonprofits align their projects, we'll be able to get a lot further. So with that, I want to go ahead and turn it over to Greg, who will be talking about revisiting the hazards and about the people part. Right?
All right, thank you.
All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back for the afternoon session, where, as Janine mentioned, we're going to be talking about what about the people? What does that mean? So this morning, as Janine mentioned, we talked a lot about the hazard, talked a lot about the project, but right now we're going to really start to wonder, I mean, why do we do all this? We do this for the people, and you spotlighted the wrong Greg.
We were trying to get it to you.
Yeah, you spotlighted the wrong Greg. That's okay. All right.
Loving technology every minute of it.
So so we're gonna be asking the question, really, what does it mean? Because as we mentioned this morning, the services, the sectors, getting the power, getting the water, getting the telecommunication, it's really not for the utilities, it's for the people. And when you have a hazard, it's not about protecting the utilities, it's not about protecting the poles, it's not about protecting WAPA, it's about ensuring that people have access what they need. So we're gonna ask this question this afternoon. So we're gonna revisit some of the hazards that we looked at this morning with the what about, what is it for the people? What does it mean for the people? So we're gonna hear a variety of topics, from looking at the hazard again from a technical point of view, but we're gonna also hear from people on the ground, if you will, of people who are trying to sort of affect change by what they're doing to deal with the hazard, to deal with those stressors on a daily basis. So with that, without much further ado, the first session is going to be about drought. So we're going to revisit drought. So Brian is going to dig a little bit deeper in this issue of drought. And then we're going to hear from two farmers, Mr. Creaky and Mr. Brown, one on St. Croix, one on St. Thomas. And we're going to also hear from the Assistant Commissioner, Ms. Collingwood, Assistant Commissioner from the Department of Agriculture. And I want to thank Ms. Christina Chanes ahead of time for arranging and coordinating between those three guests for them to be present today, as well as thanking the guests to make the time to talk to us today about their experience. So Brian, please take it away.
Thank you, Greg. And share your screen. All right. Should be there? Yep. All right. We lost it. Okay.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Very good. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for this. I'm going to continue with drought. For those of you who've been thinking that it's been there's an awful lot of unusual these days. What? Keep going. Keep going. Okay, yeah. For those of you that have been thinking there's an awful lot of unusual these days when it comes to drought, you're on target there. This morning I talked about how drought is accelerating over time. We're getting more and more of it. It's not theory, it's not modeling, it's observations. And so this is a real thing. And I talked about that this morning. And the future may not look like the past. And it's kind of interesting. We're going into an unknown era. And we're actually pretty good at understanding drought over within a small time band. At one point in time, we can calculate drought anywhere there's a long-term weather record. In the Virgin Islands, we have 8 of those records that go back long enough to calculate drought at any one given time. And what we see is that drought is highly variable over a small spatial area. And here's a figure, and screen in front of my screen. Oh, here we go. Okay, so you're looking at drought conditions calculated for one day in 2015. And this is for a 3-month period. So think of it as a seasonal drought. And on St. Thomas, you have exceptionally wet conditions. I would almost say historically wet conditions. Meanwhile, on Eastern St. Croix, you're in a severe drought. So just extreme fluctuation depending on which part of the territory you're in under that one period in time. And yeah, we could probably improve the resolution of these estimates if we had more data collection, but we're doing okay right now. So we can at least see that there's extreme variability. This helps us because we know where to direct resources for mitigation efforts, and it helps from a management perspective to understand that. But when we go to long-term drought, things get a little more complicated. This is a map of the long-term probability of drought. You pick any length of time of drought and any severity of drought, and you're not imagining things. That map is one color because it's the same everywhere. And this has to do with that. This is an artifact of how we statistically quantify drought. Drought's calculated at each individual place, and it's actually defined as the number of standard deviations from the mean precipitation for whatever length of time you're interested in. So for everywhere, there's an equal probability that you'll be 1 or 2 standard deviations from the norm. And it's a statistical anomaly. It gets in the math, it gets a little difficult to understand in a few words, but the point is that mapping long-term drought conditions is tough. As an academic, I have some ideas on how we could pursue this, but right now we don't have that. And so in a sense, we don't know where we are vulnerable to drought. But in another sense, I'll tell you exactly where we're vulnerable to drought. Number 1 is rainwater harvesting. People that collect rainwater depend on consistent rainfall, obviously. These people are going to have longer droughts to deal with. More cisterns are going to run dry, and people are going to end up spending more money on having trucked water supply, or trucked water to top up their cisterns. And the water trucks are a fantastic source of resilience. Footnote here. The existence of this infrastructure for water trucks takes the impact of these cisterns that are going to run dry more and more frequently. The impact shifts from not having water or dealing with severe water scarcity to a financial cost of several $100s to fill up your cistern. Still not nothing, but a lot better. And the second vulnerability I can tell you is going to happen, and mark my words, this will fly under the radar, is emotional well-being. There's a pretty good literature in the academic world on how drought impacts humans emotionally. And sometimes it's direct, just during a long, hot, dry drought, you just feel more stressed, and there's literature behind that. Other times it's like very financially oriented. If you don't have several $100s to just take out of your budget and throw a water truck to top up your cistern, that causes pain. That's going to hurt. And in some cases, if you're a farmer, for example, you could be looking at losing your livelihood, or there's a whole range of financial impacts that make the emotional well-being worse. So there's that vulnerability. And certainly, maybe the most obvious is agriculture. And you can see this image of the brown, featureless landscape almost with the drying out pond there. That's someone's farm. They're ranching on that, or there's major impacts there. People are having to cull their livestock, or their crops fail. There's a big deal. But and how that shakes out in real people's lives. Well, don't take my word for it. We've got some people here today I'm going to hand off to you in a moment. Ms. Collingwood, I think, is going to liaise. And we're going to hear for some actual farmers to talk about this. So go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. So I'm going to now turn, as Brian said, I'm going to turn the attention to some of the farmers, Mr. Quickie and Mr. Brown, who have been working and trying to deal with this question of drought for a few years now. So I'm going to go and start the presentation for them, and just tell me when to change the slide. So first, Mr. Dale Brown. So Mr. Brown, if you can introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for including me in this this meeting. Okay, first of all, when we looked at what farming is being done in the territory, our lands are limited lands, even though there are vast amount of land, and everyone thinks that land is abundant here in the territory, which is not, because we're an island, so it's limited resource that we're working with. However, because of climate change, construction on different areas of the island, we have been tasked with actually looking at how we're going to mitigate our water problems. First slide. Okay, here is two ponds next to each other. The first one is a 5-acre pond in Estate Bethlehem on the island of St. Croix. And that particular pond has been a waterway that spills over to several other areas or water areas in the territory. However, you look at that and you can see the receding water line. And this was at a time when we have a lot of water to deal with. However, during a drought, we can see that it begins to recede. For since 2015, we have never really got back onto the plane that we were at one time. On the opposite side, you see a pond that serves farmers behind of the Department of Agriculture or not of the Department of Agriculture. And that pond is completely decimated right now. The water quality in it is not permissible for irrigation. So that is something that we need to look at and how to be going to maintain and monitor this type of condition. Next slide. Now, these are two other ponds further north of the Department of Agriculture, but they are ponds that are being fed from another pond. And you can see in the time that we are in now, which we are in a drought, even though we are getting rainfall, is that how these ponds have receded and the water quality is very poor. Next slide. Now, this particular pond is actually a feeder to the last three ponds that we have looked at. And this is a runoff from the mountainside or the hillsides. And they are where significant amount of housing development has taken place. Poor maintenance over a period of time have added to it. Climate change has added to it. So this feeds three ponds behind of the Department of Agriculture. And you can see this was a pond at one time that fed an entire community, which is Estate Castleberg, including what was our old sugar factory, Bethlehem Sugar Factory, where water was gathered from here and transported to the Bethlehem Sugar Factory. And we are here at a time now when all these ponds are dried, and there has to be some mitigation going forward in making sure that these farmers who are dependent on the department water source can have water. Next slide, Mr. Creaky.
Good afternoon. I'm Royce Creaky, Green Ridge Guava Berry Farm. And the slide that you're seeing currently is of the Bordeaux Farmers Market. Just below the market is a 60,000 gallon cistern that's either serviced by rainfall that's caught from the roof. Its second source of water is a water trucks that is provided by the Department of Agriculture. And the third water source is a well that's down below in Bordeaux Bay. Currently, this particular cistern relies, due to a lack of maintenance with the well pump, this cistern is only serviced currently now by rainfall. So we have little rainfall, there's not very much water in that cistern. Now, if we could get some more maintenance involved, it would be covered by 3 sources of water, create a little more versatility, and it will have a little more resilience. Next slide, please. What you see here is conditions on my farm. The upper pond, the triangular one, it's owned by Department of Agriculture, and the circular one is my private pond. And the lower photograph was taken in August. Upper photograph was taken in February of this year when we were in prime time drought. And you could clearly see that the vegetation is back in August from the rains we received. I think we got like about 5.5 inches of rain. But if you notice the water levels, the receding lines have barely come up. Now, these 2 ponds, the last time these 2 ponds have been filled was 2015. And ever since then, it's been a struggle to even make it back to half capacity over the last 6 years. So what do we do in a situation like that? How do we mitigate? For me, this is my sole source of water. I have to lower my crop production. I have to cull some of my herd. I have to do higher mulching. I have to reinforce more conservation methods, invest more in drip irrigation. Our goal is to make our entire operation drip, and it's getting to be an expense. And we've been expanding our orchards to incorporate drought resilient crops such as pataya and jicama, and plant more pumpkins and stuff like that. Next slide, please. So it's become a matter of economics. If there's no water, if there's no rain, farmers are forced to buy water to a tune of something like $23,400 a year for the average St. Thomas farmer. and $17,160 a year for the St. Croix farmer. This is due to the fact that water rates or commercial water rates are far cheaper on St. Croix versus St. Thomas. And if you notice on the screen as well, this water accessibility does not include energy costs. Mr. Brown, maybe you could explain more of the situation on St. Croix versus St. Thomas.
On St. Thomas, the water delivery, there's no water delivery by the Department of Agriculture. So therefore, you have that total expense borne by the farmer in order for him to be in production and that in itself creates an economic impact for those farmers. Now on St. Thomas, on St. Croix, we can receive at least 4,000 gallons for $110 per truck. If I use my farm, we use 12,000 gallons of water per week. And that is in a drought time. In normal times, if there's good rainfall, we will do like 8,000. If we increase our crop at that time, then we can do even more. However, during a drought time, like now, we're doing 12,000 gallons of water. And that's trying to maintain 7 crops that we have in production. Now, water accessibility is a great factor because we do rain harvesting, plus we have to import water to meet that demand that we have. The energy cost is separate and apart from the cost that you're seeing there. So it is significant that we look at different ways of how we are going to mitigate or create resilience in meeting the demand for water, our water resources. And our total dependence at this time is towards the Department of Agriculture, where the water resource infrastructure can be rebuilt because it's over 55 years where this has not been maintained. So therefore, a lot of homes have been built and a lot of sediment and erosion, which has actually infiltrated these waterways. So even the smallest amount of rain is going to be absorbed or run off before it can get to any use.
St. Thomas's situation is different in that commercial water is like the rate now currently is to Bordeaux is $450 per 5,000 gallons. Currently, the Department of Agriculture, their water trucks are not running. Although it's a significantly lower rate, it would help if that truck was running. But in my particular situation, I cannot buy water because water trucks are not going to come up where my farm is due to road conditions and just the sheer elevation that the truck would have to go up. Most truckers wouldn't bring their truck up where I am. So I'm solely dependent on rainfall.
And again, thanks for having us, because this is a real situation. And if we are looking at agriculture sustainability in the territory, it is one where we have to really employ different soil and water conservation practices and monitor and maintain our water infrastructure, whether it's be natural or trucked or purchased or whatever is done by the department to assist those farmers in meeting the goal of production. So again, thank you all.
Thank you again.
And thank you both of you for your presentation. And thank you so much for sharing not only the challenges that you are facing in terms of getting water from dealing with a drought perspective and the financial impact, but also how you have changed your some of your practices to deal with the new reality. So I'm going to now have Ms. Collingwood, Assistant Commissioner of Agriculture, present and provide the perspective from the agency. So 1 second. Share. Okay. Ms. Collingwood?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for expressing the true picture of what the issues we are facing are. And it's not issues that just arose, issues we've been facing within our community for a long time, and it has to be resolved. In our efforts to create a resilient water system for farmers in the VI, we recognize the fact that it cannot be done in a silo, and it really requires collaboration and working within the community and even outside of the community with our federal and our local partners. So for the past 2 years since I've been in the position, it's been an ongoing campaign that took time. So we started by planning and aligning plans with different agencies, having conversations, attending meetings, and providing input so we could build capacity with other entities so we can partner, looking for economic linkages and additional planning to reduce disaster risk so we can collaborate these efforts where we can see general overlaps for different agencies. Water in our community is not just used in farming, it's used throughout the community for many uses, and there are a lot of overlaps by different agencies where we can collaborate to support the consumption and the use of water in general. We had to identify practices that make the farmers more vulnerable, and some of those practices require policy changes and even digging deeper down to see what the true nature of the issues are and putting things in place to prevent or to be more sustainable in our approach. And one of the most important pieces is looking at the holistic approach where we work with other agencies. Our governor's office in December of 2020, a little less than a year now, they developed the GVI Water Resources and Drought Mitigation Task Force with our local and federal stakeholders. So we have been meeting with local entities like Public Works and Department of Natural Resources and VI Housing and Finance Authority and WAPA and Waste Management, just having discussions as to what initiatives are being carried out in these different areas and how we can collaborate to better meet the needs of our farmers. And our current focus is on infrastructure operations and maintaining our existing infrastructure and being consistent in doing so. Can I see the first slide, please?
Yes, let me share the screen.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So again, I will present on creating a resilient water system for farmers in the VI. Next slide, please. Now, what does that look like? You know, it involves managing existing resources, managing the distribution of those resources, and managing the consumption of these resources. Keep in mind, as we do these things, we have to learn, we have to anticipate and adapt to what exists and come up with solutions to resolve it over time. And that's part of the process. And how we do is through outreach and training, where we monitor the issue, we anticipate and act on what the solutions could be. We adapt and act, and again, it's a continuous model of improvement and learning and engagement. Next slide, please. When we summarize what water resources are available, the sources, storage, and challenges we face, the big challenge is that not enough studies and monitoring have been done over time. So we really don't know how much supplies we have, the sources,
I can't remember right now why it won't let me, but I know that I've tried. Right, I can't remember.
Hold on a second. Hold on, we have Lisa talking. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Collingwood, apologies.
So we are talking about how much of what we have, the sources, the quantity, and the quality. These things are unknown. Then we think, and the farmers did mention the extensive sedimentation and the unmanaged runoff, which is a threat to our ponds. And this has been constantly occurring since we do not have like a water management district in place within the department. But these are initiatives that we are working on in collaboration with other entities. We are not aware of how reliable the sources are. We need to know how reliable they are so we can better manage them, and know with all the issues we're dealing with, climate change, sea level rise, we really need to increase our monitoring to prevent and anticipate what could happen. And then the lack of testing of water quality. With the Food and Drug Administration, there is the new FSMA Act, the Food Modernization Act, the Food Safety Modernization Act, that requires farmers to utilize clean water to provide to their plants and also to wash produce for post-harvesting and for marketing. And these are mandates that we have to meet, federal mandates that we must meet. So in general, what we are doing now is really looking at our existing infrastructure, working with entities like USVI, Caribbean Green Technologies, federal entities like the NRCS, National Conservation and Resource Service, the National Association of Conservation Districts, and just working with our government to ensure that fundings are available and we can collaborate with other entities so we could address this issue long-term and sustainably once and for all. Thank you. I think that's the last slide, right? Okay, and then when we talk about improving resilience of water systems, our storage and sources, we have to identify our quantity, monitor the quality and quantity, and then weather and climate impact on these sources and storage. So again, it's not something that we at VIDA can do in a silo, and that's why we are collaborating with our partners to ensure that we have the capacity to do so in the current time and in the long run. As it relates to distribution, these are some of the strategies that we would need to implement, and we are working on doing so to improve resilience. And then with the consumption piece, we noticed that our farmers are adjusting their strategies to address the issues, but that's a huge unfair request for them because it takes a huge labor investment and a huge capital investment, which a lot of our farmers are already economically strapped, you know, and it's a challenge just farming in the territory. So as a community on a whole, we have to come together to address the issues. And I feel as though I know from seeing the work the Hazard Mitigation Resilience Plan team has been working on, we are considering the right initiatives that will have a positive impact. And I just urge you to continue the course you are on, and we will also continue to collaborate and do our best using resources available to us to assist the farmers. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collingwood. Thank you, Mr. Brown and Mr. Quickie, for your presentation and providing your perspective on what's going on and what we're going to be doing in the future to improve the ability of the territory to have access to fresh food on a more regular basis. So, and thank you, Mr. Chanes, for organizing and helping organizing this session. So I'm going to now turn to another type of threat that we will try to put a bit more human face and ask, what about the people? And this threat is flooding. So I'm going to invite my colleague, Brian, to again provide the perspective from a scientific point of view of flooding and the flooding threat in the territory.
You questions with the farmers later?
Actually, you're right. We should do questions. Are there any questions for the farmers? So if you don't mind stop sharing.
I have questions.
If you don't mind stopping sharing, and I will spotlight. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question for the farmers and Diane Collingswood. A great presentation, all of you. It's a lot of good knowledge and new knowledge for me personally. And in a nutshell, what do you think we can do to bring about the water security, and in addition to farming, the quality of water that because most of us who even harvest water from the rain, we still have issue with the cisterns. And so any quick answer for average residents like us?
In my opinion, we need an investment we need to start making water, i.e. desal plants. We need to start making water. We can make quality water. There's water all around us. So there's no reason why we should be experiencing drought.
Okay.
No reason at all. So we need
what we should do is
approach into investing into making water. Technology is available now.
Okay.
We understand.
Thank you, Royce, for Mr. Creaky. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah,
I'm sorry?
Mr. Creaky. No, thank you for sharing that. So I think I like all of you to take one walk away from this is infrastructure bill gave a lot of money. We don't have many bridges and huge highways. So maybe we can get some money to fix our irrigation water system. So something that we should get the message to the governor and to our congressional delegate. And then your information is fantastic. You should share that in the Ag Board at the next meeting.
I want to support what Mr. Creaky said in reference to the desalination plant, but I also think the key is to stay on course and continue the initiatives that we have started. We've made a lot of movements in terms of working with different agencies. The governor's office, he has plans to do different things around water. NRCS has plans. The UVI Caribbean Green Technology Center has plans. At the Department of Agriculture, we are working on things. And we Grow Food and other farmers, they are very passionate about resolving the issues because it impacts them the most. So I know that consistency over time works, you know, and consistently hitting that nail and never stop because it's so critical to our farmers. And also another big piece is the next generation, engaging young people and educating them and having them understand the critical importance of water to our community. And that way we have continuity in addressing the issue long term.
Ms. Collingwood, thank you for the support. You know, I've heard plan after plan after plan. What we need now is some enactment. You know, the G20 says, the scientists at the G20 says, we have 11.5 years to straighten things up. So keep pounding on a nail doesn't do anything. We need to get up off our asses and do something.
I respectfully still agree that consistency does work. And I know what you're saying, we do have limited time. And that's the reason why we really need to come together, work together and access the resources. Funds are available. And once we come up with the perfect plan, which I know we are working on and working through the Ag Plan Task Force to develop, once we have that plan, we will be able to gather the funds and consistently work on it and get it done. And that's all.
Thank you so much. And yeah, consistency and keep working with what we have, making sure that what we have works the best possible, and then if necessary, add more to increase the amount of resources. So those ideas and those thoughts are very welcome. And we at the HMRP will do our best to try to ensure that funds can be accessed to start dealing with some of those issues, as because drought is going to become more and more of a threat for the territory. Is there another question from the audience? Brian, do you have a question?
I was wondering, how practical would it be to simply drill some more wells? There's water under our feet. It's drastically cheaper to get water from the ground than it is to desalinate. And especially, what if cost wasn't an issue? And how practical could groundwater be?
Where is the groundwater?
Yeah, we have to monitor and identify how much water there is and make sure it's available and sustainable.
Right.
that was part of Ms. Collingwood's
Right.
presentation, is first identify those resources.
Right. I promise there's a fractured aquifer everywhere, somewhere. The well yields aren't good, but there's something. And every gallon you get from a well is a gallon you don't have to bring from somewhere else. And like, there's wells in the island that do yield. There's studies that show approximate numbers of what we can get out of them. How about that for a solution?
You have a good point, and that goes back to Ms. Collingwood's point, which is to identify those sources, quantify them, and then after that, start drilling those wells and access the water.
All right, read my report. I'll be sure that's in my report.
Thank you. Is there another question before we move to the opposite of drought? One more question. Mr. Collingwood, would you mind coming to the microphone so they can hear you? And identify yourself. Judy? What's that? Oh, yes, there is a microphone. That's how they can hear us. Yeah, sure. Just.
Good afternoon. This is Judith Freeman Schimmel. I'm a project assistant with HMRP. And my question to Farmer Brown and Farmer Cricky is, Waste Management says that on St. Croix, they refine the wastewater through the treatment plant to a quality that can be used for agriculture. Does that sound like a viable resource from the view of the farmers?
So the question is, has wastewater, repurposing wastewater for agriculture purposes been explored as a solution?
There has been some talk about it. I haven't seen anything come about it. There's been some talk about it. But here's my question to wastewater. We in the Virgin Islands have a maintenance issue already. Everything needs maintenance. What's going to ensure that the water quality coming from these wastewater plants is going to stay at the level it needs to be? Now, I'm not against treated wastewater, but I'm against poor maintenance.
Good point.
Yes,
I want to say I met with the management at Waste Management. We looked at the reports to show what caliber of water comes out after wastewater treatment, and it will require another level of treatment to meet the Food Safety Management Act. But we have discussed it recently in the past couple of weeks and looked at the data and recognized it's something that can be used, but it require additional treatment. And that's something we are looking at to see the cost and the feasibility of doing that in the long run.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. I'm sure we can pick up that conversation again, but in terms of time, we need to go to another Kimiko and Harith. If you don't mind, we're going to have a discussion session later, but we just need to move to the next session. So, Brian, go ahead and start. Thank you again to our farmer colleagues and to Mr. Collingwood.
Thank you.
Thank you. Boy, there's a big shifting gears here from drought to flood. And I promise up front that my slides will not be so dry. Anyone? Don't make me. I'll tell a joke if I have to. All right. Two scientists walk into a bar. First one says, I think I'll have some H2O. Second one says, yeah, I'll have some H2O too. He died. Do you want to turn on the camera? All right, let me turn my camera on here. Now that we've got that out of the way, stick my day job. Yeah, it's hopefully I'm better here. So, later. Very good. So let's talk about flood for a minute. What exactly is a flood? And I think of flood as an excess amount or an amount of runoff that exceeds the capacity of stormwater infrastructure to keep that water from causing damage to property and loss of life. It keeps that failure to keep that water out of our way. Fair enough. But what does that depend on? Runoff is a loaded. Very slightly. Yeah. So runoff and and the stormwater infrastructure capacity depends on a few key factors. Runoff, of course, rain would make sense, and the characteristics of a watershed. Fair enough, pretty simple so far. Meanwhile, the capacity of stormwater infrastructure depends on the design of the infrastructure and the condition of the infrastructure. Simple. See, this isn't so hard. Now, there's factors that feed into that. With regard to rain, you have the amount of rain and the intensity of the rain. Those are two big, big factors. Watershed characteristics, there's a whole bunch that matter. Some of the big ones are the slope of the watershed, the shape of the watershed, the soils, the condition of the soil, how dry the soil is, how wet it is. Land cover is a huge one. Flip over the stormwater infrastructure side, you have the design capacity is a very large issue. The maintenance, the construction, and the age of the infrastructure, terribly important. Okay, so there's a lot going on that feeds into this flooding thing. Now, pause and let's think, where do we have control? What are the biggest things that we have control over? And the two that pop into my mind are land cover and the condition of our stormwater infrastructure. Those are huge, and we're going to talk a little bit more about this. Okay, this map probably looks familiar to a lot of you. This is our land cover change, 1985 to 2018. And the big thing that pops out is, wow, where'd all that red come from down in 2018? And pretty much any map, red is bad and green is good. So something bad is not, something bad's happening. It's just basically a lot of development. And we've talked this, I think I'd be preaching to the choir if I tried to pound this in anymore, but certainly this is a big, big deal. So I sat back and I said, I wonder how this impacts runoff, because I know that it should, and I was trying to get a sense of how severe this is affecting things. So I saw a relatively routine storm event that caused some flooding in St. Thomas, and it dropped 2.5 inches. This is back in November 2018. It caused flooding in the streets, turned over cars, made a bunch of YouTube videos. It was pretty exciting, but it was only a 1.5 year return interval storm. It was nowhere close to a 100-year storm. So we're talking a 2.5 inch storm, and for reference, a 100-year storm is 13, 14 inches. So nowhere close to that, but still something significant. And I picked some watersheds on each island. I started to do some modeling to see, you know, if I hold everything constant, but just change the land cover, what happens to the runoff that happens? And what you're looking here is what hydrologists call a hydrograph. This gray line here is rainfall, and across the bottom is hours from the start of rainfall. And the higher the line goes, the more intense the rainfall is at that moment. And all total, it dropped 2.5 inches in about 8-9 hours. Now the blue line here is the runoff that happens if you use the 1985 land cover. And then when you only change the land cover from 1985 to 2018, you get a 43% increase in runoff. So of the water that flowed down the streets that day and turned over cars and caused a lot of disruption, 43% of that we can say thank you to land cover. So I went to some other watersheds and I saw the same thing. Actually, it gets bigger. The increase gets bigger. Over in St. John in the was it the Guinea Gut watershed, at 183% increase in the peak runoff, like that maximum amount of water that's causing that flooding. And down here in St. Croix on the Bethlehem Gut watershed, 3 times more water simply because of the change in the land cover. Bethlehem Gut is a lot flatter, a lot larger, a lot rounder, a lot of things that make it more vulnerable to that increase or to that change in land cover. So this is just like a simple 1.5 year storm. So I don't want to convey the wrong thing. Just because land cover change increases runoff, that's not necessarily bad. Remember that flooding is this balancing act between runoff and the capacity of our stormwater infrastructure. And if, as we develop, we increase our stormwater infrastructure capacity to accommodate that increase in runoff, No problem. Everybody's happy, no flooding, life goes on. The problem comes in when the stormwater infrastructure doesn't keep pace with the increase in runoff from the land cover development, the land development and land cover change. And so actually, you go back to the, I'll go back to the, one thing we have a lot of control over here. The other part that we have control over is the condition of our infrastructure. And so we'll talk a little bit about that. This is one of my favorite figures ever. These are two fairly typical guts as they drain toward the coast. Very similar infrastructure. Of course, on the one on the left, it's cleaned out regularly. You can imagine how water could go shooting right down that and drain quickly and not pool and not collect and not flood anything. But the one on the right, you can see there's going to be problems there. Water's not going to go flowing down that very freely. It's going to back up. It's going to flood. And that's a problem. It's not always bad. Sometimes we build some good infrastructure that has some improvement projects. And here's an example of some new construction of a road post-hurricane. Get some new swales, a nice culvert under the road. And because of this, now that water can now be routed in a direction that keeps the water safe and out of our way. In other cases, not so much. Culverts and drain entrances are notoriously bad about collecting debris that blocks their entrance, and then they plug up, and then you get water back up, and bad things happen. And here's just some images of where this happens, and this is where maintenance also comes in. After a storm, you get something like this that this physically needs to be removed, and until it is, that infrastructure is not going to work as good as it could be or should. And there's a lot of cases where there simply isn't stormwater infrastructure. This is a picture of a local neighborhood. If you could look up that hill, it goes a ways, and then when it rains, the water comes down the street. You can see it's the water's a nice brown color. It's picking up all kinds of sediment. It's muddy, of course. It's across dirt, but it's also picking up nasties and things we don't want to be mobilized. And it's taking them toward the coast. And actually, eventually, it'll go down a gut and dump into the ocean, and it'll cause a nice little sediment plume. And who knows what settles in there. So there's all kinds of issues associated with that. All right, so my point here is that development's not inherently bad. When you balance development with the development of your stormwater infrastructure, that's good wastewater management. That's excellent. And when development isn't balanced with the capacity of stormwater infrastructure, that's when bad things happen. And I don't know if we're talking like things like flood, erosion, sedimentation, water quality problems. Those cause real costs to real people and ecosystems. And I don't know if it was the intention of Greg to set this next part of the presentation up as good cop, bad cop, but I understand we might have Rachel McKinley around that, or maybe Sharon Calderon that can speak from the Coral Bay Community Council on some of their projects that apply best management practices to improve the capacity of the stormwater infrastructure and to minimize the impact of development on runoff, keep that balance, that good watershed management. And if they're around, we'll go ahead and hear from them. And then behind them, Greg Winnell is going to go back. He's going to talk about when bad things happen, when he's the bad cop today. He's going to be talking about like what are the human costs of these things that could be going wrong. So he'll is Rachel,
are you I've seen you on the chat, so I know you're there.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. Oh, it's nice to be... sure. Sorry, I've had a cold for the last few days, so hopefully I don't look so funny. Yeah, it's nice to be good cop. I'd like to say that, we're always trying to do better. We actually started in 2003 as a community organization that recognized the sedimentation in Coral Bay, St. John. And for those who don't know where Coral Bay is, it's a remote and rural area of St. John. It's on the east end, and we're actually bisected by the national park from Cruise Bay, which is on the west end, that has the ferry and major transport to St. Thomas. So we're very, very remote, as well as a very small community in the grand scheme of the Virgin Islands. So essentially the important part is that community members really had to take it on their own to do these practices and make changes in the way we operate and maintain our road system, our infrastructure, and our day-to-day lives. And that's overall to really look at that we really want to improve not only just the health of our environment, the reef, the water quality, and then also our lands, but also the health of our community. So we found that water quality is very important and a major aspect to that. And so our approach is through a watershed management approach. Because we recognize that water doesn't care about, whose property is who. It doesn't matter. It's gonna flow the way it flows by the way we direct it and the way it naturally occurs. So this watershed management approach has been really, really important, especially as looking at it from ridge to reef. Something that we really talk to our community members is that their practices, including my own, impact my community, but they also really exponentially can impact my community that's downhill from me. And I can impact their health, I can impact their properties. And so that's something that we really work with our community members to recognize how they are part of the community, but then also how can they do better? And if where do they need help with that? Where do they need technical assistance? Where do they need training? Where do they need funds? Or just time? All of us are busy and we all have lives and families and friends and all of that. So recognizing all those challenges and as well as trying to give support to the community. So we really looked at all the different aspects of watershed management. It's really holistic. And a big important part of this, and this is why it's really at the top, is the community vision. As we've been doing our watershed management plans, we have one from 2008, 2014, and we just released our 2021 plan. It was really important to have the community's vision of what Coral Bay looked like today and tomorrow. And we continue to ask that because that can change as our community may change and ebb and flow, or our values and priorities may change. We've actually had consistency of what our vision has been. And so we really try to continue to develop our strategies and our plans and our efforts towards that. A big component with this watershed management plan we just released was that we have a community handbook. So we're not just giving our communities 300 pages plus of a technical report. We're giving them the highlights and key components of what they can do and information that they can use so they can do better practices. Because at the end of the day, it's what we do, not what other people do. So some of the work that we do is stormwater management. We do road retrofits where the community has been gathering together, getting funds, and then we match that with grant funds, and we do retrofits and repairs to help them deal with flooding issues on the roads. Not only just the horizontal flooding that we typically think of a floodplain, we really deal with a lot of vertical flooding where water will all of a sudden just come out as a waterfall, cause erosion, block roads, and then just flood out and rush down our roads to where you can't access them. So that's actually one of the major things that we look at for flooding, is not just horizontal, but vertical flooding, so people can access their homes and their businesses. A big part of that with a challenge has been who's in charge of who's responsible for these roads, who's responsible for the maintenance. It's not that we just have a simple definition in the Virgin Islands of public versus private roads. With some of these roads being within probate, some of them not really having a defined owner or a deed. So we work with our community in a group through volunteer homeowners associations or just groups. And we're really looking at these groups in a watershed element, not as an estate element, but watershed boundaries. So that's been very significant that we look at that watershed boundary, not just parcel boundary or an estate boundary. So getting them together and finding out who's going to take care of the maintenance of the stormwater infrastructure, help reminding them that, oh, storm season's coming up, you might want to clear some of those out, has been a big part of success, as well as that they have some skin in the game of paving a road to help the water flow back into the gut or a natural flow, or let it spread and slow and spread it. We also do training on how you can use vegetation and things on your own property that are good practices to really reduce the amount of water that's, exponentially flowing down the hill with driveways and development on these hillsides. On other work that we also do is resource and waste management. We're really looking at, this year I'm focusing on drinking water and wastewater. We've been doing that since 2008. And we have a wastewater, drinking water, and a solid waste management plan from 2015, where we're really looking at options of how can we have the best water quality for drinking as well as wastewater. And that we have all septic systems out in Coral Bay. And so what do you do to make sure your septic system isn't contaminating the bay and causing issues as well? So we're doing a lot of work with that, as well as solid waste management, really trying to make sure that the community is doing the correct practices and really doing the best that we can to reduce the amount of trash that we generate, as well as composting and working with some community gardening. And then our big thing this year with related to flooding is actually doing a more focused hydrology and hydraulic study of these larger developed watersheds, so that we can really pinpoint areas that we need to prioritize and focus on. Right now, we're just kind of piecemealing areas that we can do, but with a larger study, we can actually do more focused work. So we're really excited about that. The biggest thing that we found out of all this, and I'll be done here, is that to really make anything work is that we need the funding, we need the expertise, and we need the participation of all of our partners and community to align at the same time. Now, to get those three factors together is probably the biggest challenge. But when those do align, we really can do some great work. So I'm excited to share any more details, and we can be contacted if anyone has any questions or any comments. Thank you.
And thank you. Thank you so much, Rachel, for your work. And thank you for showing the sort of comprehensive approach that you're taking, really looking at improving the quality, overall quality of this watershed, reducing stormwater, improving water quality, and all the work it takes in order to achieve this a result. So thank you so much for your presentation. So now I'm gonna provide a different sort of point of view on this issue, talking a little bit about, what does that mean for some of those people living in the floodplain here in the Virgin Islands. So I'm gonna share my screen. Second. So Brian earlier talked about, the process of flooding and how much flooding has increased because of the way that we've developed. But he also mentioned that there are ways to mitigate some of this flooding. This map here, apologize for the sort of low resolution. Those are sort of early draft result of some of the mapping of flooding that we're doing at HMP. Those results are not final, hence the low resolution, but they do reproduce some of the, they do reproduce exactly what was found before, but they also expand a little bit some of the flood zone here in the Virgin Islands, increase, if you will, the risk areas. And the red dot here are location of public housing. And what jumps at you is the fact that there is a lot of public housing at or near flood zone. And in general, public housing are places where there's a high amount of vulnerable population, whether it's people that have economic difficulties or people who are maybe a bit older. In general, we can see that those people who are already in a vulnerable socioeconomic position are also quite vulnerable to the impact of flooding. And I also want to draw your attention to this region, the Bovoni area on St. Thomas, where you can see that, yes, the public housing is outside of the flood zone, but it's very hard for them to get out of it because it's surrounded by basically flood water if we have a massive storm. You will see some pictures of that in a second. On St. Croix, it's pretty much the same thing. You can see a lot of those public housing are at or near flood zone, especially the south region, southwest region of St. Croix, as well as in the Christiansted area, meaning those vulnerable population, in addition again to the socioeconomic difficulties that they have, they are now facing the prospect of being flooded or dealing with flooded waters or flooded roads or other places that they depend on. So what does that mean really? Like, how did we get there? It's a bit of a question that is a bit beyond the scope of the HMRP, but it's worth looking a little bit at history and see that in the past, and this is a picture from Christiansted from the 1800s, early 1900s, you can see that they were building the towns in a way that, you know, they were trying to mitigate the flooding hazard by the way they were placing the guts, the way they were placing the swell, just the way they were sort of laying the sort of streetscape and housing to try to deal with that flooding. Doesn't mean that flooding didn't happen, but at least it was part of the way that they were planning urban development back in the day. Looking at now, you can see that a lot of those guts, a lot of those swells have been paved over and are completely disappeared. And so you end up with, you know, urban centers that have degraded, if not non-existent, drainage system in some parts. So again, if we sort of ask, okay, so who lives there? Who lives in those areas? Here in this picture is the same map as before, showing the location of the flood zone, floodplains, in addition to the red dot representing the public housing. And then the shading represents the sort of median income by estate. The red, yellow color, sort of lighter color, represents regions that are quite depressed economically. The red color represents regions that are a little bit more affluent. And what you see again is that those regions that flood often, Town on St. Thomas, Bovoni, Smith Bay, are economically depressed. So those people in general, outside of the public housing, we also have vulnerable socioeconomic people in a vulnerable socioeconomic position living in those flood area in general. Same thing for St. Croix, where you see again the yellow is the lower scale in the median income, and then the red is the higher scale in the median income. And you can also see a sort of correlation more or less between where those areas that experience a lot of flooding are with relation to the sort of socioeconomic status of those people who live there. Meaning in the Virgin Islands, there's a fair amount of vulnerable people living in regions that are very prone to the flooding hazard. So what does that mean really? Like if we start to go and visit those places, a lot of those pictures are taken in St. Thomas because that's where I have most access to, but I'm sure that similar sort of a situation or similar type of, so I just realized there's an error in this presentation. A similar type of a reality can be also observed on St. Croix. So just gonna walk you through those slides a little bit. So this one is here in Bovoni, and you can see this community member here cleaning the gut himself to try to deal with this issue of stormwater. You can see the picture that Brian showed earlier, or similar picture here in Bovoni as well. This is a road that leads to residential area. This road was destroyed after the hurricane, and yet 4 or 5 years later, we see that the road hasn't been replaced. And those people who are driving on a regular basis on this road, they experience, in addition to whatever flooding hardship, they have to they experience extensive damage to their vehicle. And what we found, we had a study done as part of the HMRP, and what we found is that in general, in the USVI, we lose millions of dollars every year that we have to pay for car maintenance, money that doesn't go into the general economy, that goes into car maintenance because of the condition of the road. And in general, we find that those roads of worse condition tend to be located in those regions that have lower socioeconomic sort of population, and they also tend to flood. So it's sort of compounding sort of factors that make vulnerable population even more vulnerable, if you will, to the impact of hazard. Pictures you can see here, picture with dealing with sewage, raw sewage going in the street, issue of garbage, and we're going to be talking about the garbage, in addition to the general sort of condition of the housing. And if you remember when we were talking this morning about hazard, if you think about earthquake, if you think about flooding, if you think about high winds, questions abound as to the ability of those populations to not only survive in the structure that they have, but when they go out, the type of environment sort of hazard that they're going to have to deal with to just sort of go by. And you can see this in some of those pictures where you can see, this is Bovoni, the person, cleaning their guts was, a little bit above, upstream from here, but you can see extensive flooding that they had to deal with. You can see some of the pictures that Brian showed earlier of non-managed, non-maintained guts that increase the likelihood and the severity of flooding. And then you can see here in this picture taken by some folks from the University of Pennsylvania, you can see that sometimes people have to just build their own drainage system by adding cylinder blocks to a drainage canal that the Corps of Engineers, I believe, is supposed to maintain and upgrade because they are suffering, because this infrastructure does not meet their need. And so the question is, okay, so we have a situation here in most of the VI where the people who live downstream in the floodplain, and remember what Brian was saying earlier, if a lot of this happened above, and I think Hilary also made the point this morning that we need to take a whole watershed approach and not just thinking about the area that is impacted. But what we see is that those people who are the most impacted not only are already in a vulnerable position, but they also suffer from the fact that there is even more flooding, even more water going into those guts before reaching them. So they suffer from the impact of what happens upstream of them, and the question of how can we pay, how can we fix what's exactly here is complicated by the fact that FEMA usually, or the Corps, or the feds in general, just look at the region impacted and not the whole watershed. We don't ask what happens upstream that maybe increases the risk that you're at, so that we can potentially ensure that you are protected. Even from a cost-benefit analysis, it might not make sense because the structure is too expensive. So all that to say that there are a lot of questions that we're starting to ask now about what are the consequences of flooding on people and what does that mean. And I think that what it means is that people are leaving. And so if you are looking at the latest census from the 2020, what they say is that the population of the VI has decreased by 18%. And I think we can all pretty much agree that a lot of this was driven by people just wanting to leave or having to leave the territory because of the hurricane and because of the condition that they were in after the hurricane. And if you look a little bit deeper into those results, you see that the largest drop come from those urban regions, come from Frederiksted, parts of Christiansted, Bovoni, town, Charlotte Amalia, etc. Those regions that are highlighted that have degraded infrastructure, those regions that suffer a lot from flooding, all those regions are the ones that have experienced the highest amount of flood. And maybe worrisome, maybe not, but the territory also experienced an increase in housing unit outside of those urban regions, meaning that the amount of impervious surface, the amount of what happens upstream that can increase flooding has probably worsened slightly since 2010. So we just want to sort of highlight those to say that we can come up with projects, we can try to fix things, but we also have to think about what it means for the people who are suffering and what are the conditions that we are creating in the territory that can increase the suffering of some of those people to those hazards. Those are called drivers of risk or underlying drivers of risk. And the United Nations has sort of highlighted a few of them: unplanned and rapid development, and we are experiencing some of that in the territory. Poverty and inequality, the ability to pay to improve your housing condition, the ability to pay to improve whatever is happening around you, or buy a property of better quality, or just inequality that pushes you to live in region that flood regularly. Aging population, we have one of the fastest aging population of the territories, and then declining ecosystem and unsustainable uses of natural resources, and we touched upon that this morning. So you can see that we are checking a lot of those underlying risk factors in the territory, which means that beyond the project, beyond making a new seawall, we need to start thinking about what will it take for us as a territory to ensure that people don't suffer too much, that vulnerable population are not too much negatively affected by some of those hazards, and which means that we need to start dealing with those underlying conditions. So this is a little bit sort of overall sort of approach and thinking and direction that we're going to take for this last few months as we wrap up the hazard mitigation plan. Is not only looking at what are the hazards, what are the impacts of hazard on infrastructure and essential services, but also what does it mean for people and what can we do from a sort of socioeconomic sort of point of view to ensure that vulnerable communities don't suffer too much when bad things happen, that they have the ability to rebound. So I'm going to stop for a second, take some questions, and then we're going to move to the last talk of this session. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, so if there's no question or comments, I'm going to switch to Ms. Stolz, Ariel Stolz, who will be talking and taking a deep dive into one of the infrastructure systems here in the VI and assessing the question of what it means for people. And she will be talking about the solid waste system. And I believe that Ms. Stolz also has guest speakers from one nonprofit, Island Green Living, and from Waste Management Authority to provide their perspective on how they're doing or what they're doing to increase the ability of the territory to better deal with surprises and hazards when it comes to debris management. Ariel, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, let me see if I can find you. So first I'm going to remove my spotlight. I'm going to put the spotlight on you. Here. Okay, go ahead, Ariel.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Ariel Stolz and I work at the Caribbean Green Technology Center at the University of the Virgin Islands. For the hazard mitigation plan, I've been working on looking at the solid waste sector. And so today I'm going to be talking about that. So let me just share the screen. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so so today I'm going to be talking a bit about solid waste system. And so here's just from the workshop what themes will be touched on in this presentation. So first, I'm going to discuss why solid waste, why is it included in the hazard mitigation plan, how the system works, some of the impacts of hazards on the system, some of the challenges that we face in the Virgin Islands for solid waste, and also some of the opportunities that we have, looking at what opportunities we have within the HMRP, but also what is even being done right now to make the system more resilient. So the first is why solid waste. Solid waste is actually not typically included in hazard mitigation plans. So this is something a bit new and probably why I'm talking about it. So we decided to include it because we believe that solid waste is an essential service. And because of that, it's also critical to recovery, especially because when a hazard happens, yes, it can impact the system. It can damage the offices. It can maybe damage the landfill or the bin sites. But the actual biggest challenge is that waste is generated, and this has to be taken in by the already overwhelmed system. So any hazard that happens generates waste. We really saw this during the 2017 hurricanes when there were piles and mountains of trash on our fields. And this is it's not only difficult for the system to take into it, it really doesn't make it feel like the disaster is over when you can still see it right there in front of you. Also, solid waste can lead to negative impacts on our human health and on our environment. And finally, it's really important to think about solid waste because it's technically a resource, especially if we don't consider it trash, but consider it as materials. We can reutilize it in our economy, and then it can really be something that is more sustainable for us now and for the future generations. So it's important that we think also about what we're using and how much of it we use. So some of the health impacts, there's a lot of bin sites. I'm going to talk later about how the system works, but we do have these bin sites around, and they are prone to flooding. And this can be really dangerous, as you just heard about all of the impacts of flooding. When you mix that with trash, then it becomes toxic. So a lot of the sites are actually in the flood zones. But in addition to that, some of them that are not even in flood zones are still located with the drainage channels. This is because it's government-owned land. The Department of Public Works owns the drainage channel, so it's already accessible, and then the bin site is placed right next to it. So this means now that if any trash is not in the bin and falls out, it's going to go straight into the drainage and cause more flooding. And also any litter that happens is probably going to end up in these drainage channels too. And so this really can be dangerous because it pollutes our waters, it runs into our oceans, and sitting water, trash attracts animals, which can really lead to spread of disease. One of those animals that at least sitting water attracts is mosquitoes. And actually tires is a really big problem. So a lot of studies have found that discarded tires make a really good artificial breeding site for mosquitoes. And we counted the sites that have tires and found that 60% of them do have these huge mounds of tires. And in these sites, it is possible that the mosquitoes that can have these diseases can be breeding there. So it is dangerous. At the dumps, we also have some health impacts. And the biggest issue with our dumps is that they are not lined. And so this means that they, whenever it rains, the water flows through the trash. It picks up toxins as the trash is decomposing, and it flows into our groundwater and into our soils. If it was to be lined, then the majority of this would be caught and be dealt with through different collection systems. But because it's unlined, there's really nothing you can do. So that means that all of the regulations like stormwater control, leachate collection, landfill gas collection, they're not designed for a dump site, they're designed for a landfill. So it makes it really hard to do it at our sites here in the Virgin Islands. So the biggest a way that we can lessen the environmental impact of the landfills or of the dumps is to close them. And this is to allow like a cap so that no water can enter it. And so like that sponge of leachate just eventually dries, and then the problem lessens over time. So yeah, that's one of the issues at the dumps. Another, like groundwater is not, the wells for groundwater monitoring at the dumps, they were damaged during fires and they were not replaced. So there's not accurate information directly from the dumps, but there is information from studies that have been done nearby. And so this is a study by EPSCoR that was looking at, between 10 years, where the toxins are located. And this is a nature reserve, like there's supposed to be no human impact, but it is right next to the landfill. And so you find that there are toxins right there in where our fishes are growing up, and it's impacting the ecosystems. So yeah, if you can see here, like this is the mangrove right next to the dump. So other issues are just, air pollution and fires, which happen often at all landfills actually, but even more at improperly managed landfills. And then the soil and water pollution, which really comes from that leachate. And also breakdown of trash causes climate change emissions because it's the main gas is methane, which is even more potent than CO2. And on St. Croix, there's an additional hazard because it's actually close to the airport and there's a lot of birds, and these can be a flight risk. So that's another problem that we have at the St. Croix. The final reason why I think solid waste is really important is because it's important to our community and to our well-being. So it actually like helps our morale to see that we are keeping our home beautiful and keeping it cleaned up rather than having trash everywhere. Also, it's important we preserve the natural resources around us. I think natural resources are part of our heritage and our culture. And so it's really important that we don't just like mismanage it by having trash and litter. And finally, I think that it's extremely important to think about how it's actually a cycle of materials. And so having a management of solid waste that considers ways to divert it from the landfills, this can give us resources for years to come as we can reuse, compost. We take the organic waste, it's not waste, but it's actually a material that we can use to grow agriculture. So it's a circle of life rather than just a linear end of the road. So now I'm going to go into how the solid waste system works. I don't know if anyone has any questions on the first part, some of the impacts or health impacts of solid waste.
So keep going. We'll take questions at the end.
Okay, so just gonna touch briefly on the system. So the system has a few players. So we have the regulatory groups, which is the EPA. They set the minimum standards that all of the US has to follow. In the case of Virgin Islands, they also are providing a lot of technical assistance, which is not common to most states. Then we have DPNR, and they're also in charge of regulatory, but they're supposed to set more strict standards. And they're enforcing not just the federal bare minimum, but also what we have created for the Virgin Islands. So in the Virgin Islands, we actually have, as part of our code, we have pieces of our VI code that are dedicated to solid waste. And then finally, the VI legislature, they kind of determine how much of a priority we think solid waste is by how much funding they give to this entity. And so Waste Management Authority is in charge of the operations management of the whole system. And then they're also in charge of enforcing it on the general public. But the system itself is created by us. We create the waste as the VI public So we are the reason that we have this system in the first place. So that's why like thinking also about reducing the amount of waste we produce can be really important for minimizing the impacts on this system. Then we have the non-government groups. These can range in like how much they are participating. Sorry, someone else is talking. So there's some like small scale operations of recycling, composting, different projects that people are doing, but there's also a lot of groups doing education and supporting supporting laws for environmental advocacy and things like that. So there's a lot of things happening on this side of things. So I thought it was important to include them as one of the players. And then we also have the waste haulers, which is separate from waste management, which can sometimes make it challenging. And then when we have a hazard, you might think that waste management is the one picking up the debris, but it's actually going to be Department of Public Works. So it's like different. There has to be some coordination there when a hazard happens. So continuing in the system, I mentioned the VI Public as one of the parts of the system. So we are creating the waste, and the Virgin Islands, we are the top in the Caribbean per capita. And so this is in kilograms, but if we make that pounds, it's 9 pounds of trash. And that's 40% more than the US average. So that's a lot. This probably has to do with that we're like importing everything, but it's still quite a number that we should try as hard as we can to reduce. Also the types of waste we have, the majority of that is organics. And this could be potentially composted or something. The other category is other. So it really highlights the need for source separation and diverting material from the landfills in general. Then after the trash is created, it's collected at these public bin sites. So residents have to drive their waste to the bin site. They're usually along roadways. So you pull off of the road and put it in the bin. Dumpster is usually 20 cubic yards. There are a few residents who have access to curbside pickup, but it's less than 15% of the population. So it's not the majority. And here's where the bin sites are. So on St. Thomas, there are like about 60 bin sites. A lot of them are extremely small, just like a few, much smaller than the ones I had pictures of. On St. John, there's about 17, and you can see like there's most of them here, but not so many in Coral Bay. And then on St. Croix, there's only 5 sites, but St. Croix is much flatter. So there's 11,000 people have curbside pickup. So that's why there's like such a big difference in the amount of bin sites. And the reason why house collection is difficult to do is because of the terrain. Hilly areas, hard for trucks to stop on the road, hard to do curbside pickup. So then the trash is taken to the dump. This is the dump on St. Thomas. It takes all the trash from St. Thomas, St. John, and Water Island, and also the smaller islands around. And yeah, it's staged a little bit in, here's some green waste, here's some tires, some metal. This scale house is not operating, but in theory, the trash could be weighed. And there's also like places for hazardous household waste and e-waste, which shouldn't just be put in the landfill. And then similarly on St. Croix, they have like some staging areas, and there's a scale house, which is maybe operational, but haven't been confirmed. Yeah, so that is the system. Next, the impact of hazards. Okay, just checking with that. Okay, so here for the impact of hazards, here's the impact of flooding on the different bin sites. So while this shows that 60% of the sites are in the flood zone, from what we've heard from interviews with waste management, this number is probably higher because they said that all the bin sites are experiencing flooding. So that means that a lot of them are located along those drainage channels. And so if the drainage channels are not working as they should, then it can lead to more flooding in the area, even if it's not technically in this flood zone. Also, it can be challenging because the roads can be blocked by flooding as well. And so on St. Thomas, you saw in Greg's presentation a lot of pictures of Bavoni and that flooding that's right by the landfill. And so that main entrance road is not really accessible, maybe by trucks, but definitely not by personal vehicles. And so that makes it hard for the operations to continue when there's rain. On St. Croix, it's a similar situation. The main entrance road is constantly flooded, and sometimes they have to stop operations for 3 or 4 days to wait for the flooding to go away. And then I guess there's other impacts like from wind and potentially from landslide. Wind can turn this trash into projectiles in a hurricane force winds, but in regular winds, just because all the sites are uncovered, it can blow into our environment. And then a lot of the sites are located along the roads, which have been like scored, or they're on very steep elevation, and so it can be prone to landslides. And then the biggest thing is that hazards generate waste. I think this is the real takeaway here. The biggest impact from hazards on the system is that it generates so much waste. So some of the challenges, just to sum up. So during the hazard, the solid waste infrastructure can be compromised, but the main challenge is managing and disposing of the excess debris generated by the event. The Waste Management Authority has difficulty planning for these events because it's not prioritized across the USVI agencies. So there's a underfunding, understaffing, or untrained staff. And then also there's difficulty managing the assets because it's dependent on contractors who may have trouble financing. So it makes it hard to have them working. Also, solid waste is a challenge worldwide, especially something like recycling after China stopped taking recycling from the US and Europe. So it's been a challenge in the entire US, but it's even harder for islands because transportation costs are extremely high for us. And also we have to maybe build a recycling center on every single island or have the equipment for every single island. In the States, some states don't even have a landfill because the trash travels so far away. So they try to centralize it as much as possible, but here we don't have that option. It's also difficult to generate revenue because there's no fee for this service. And so this means that it's difficult to maintain it and it's difficult to adhere to the environmental regulations, which are an added cost, but essential cost. And it's hard to make people pay for something they're not used to paying for. So it's hard to enact the fee after effect. And then there's many groups that are doing things, and we're going to hear from some of those, which is going to be exciting. But sometimes these groups can fade out after time because they have temporary funding sources. And also it can be hard to find out what's going on overall because there's no system, for example, where you could put all of your glass bottles and anywhere on the island you could drop it off and someone could pick it up. It's you have to take it to a place, and this makes it not so accessible for everyone to access. So the collection is not universal across the island. So a lot of these small scale efforts don't get the reach that they could. So some of the opportunities for addressing solid waste in the hazard mitigation plan. First is acknowledging it as part of the plan that waste management is an essential service and that it's critical to recovery, and it should be included in the hazard mitigation plan. So that in itself is extremely important. Also looking at how the system works and understanding it. This is also important to understanding where its vulnerabilities are. And then looking to identify opportunities, strategies, and recommendations to help increase resilience. And then finally, these recommendations help the USVI be more eligible for funding opportunities, especially within the solid waste sector. So now a bit about what we can do about solid waste. Should I mention the recommendations, Greg?
Sure, you can mention the recommendation quickly overall.
Okay.
Yes,
so some of the recommendations in order to address some of the issues is to make the system more robust. Think about enacting standards for environmental regulations and system operations, and then adhering to them, improving human operations and employee productivity, implementing more programs which generate revenue, better and more transparent communication and cooperation among the government, private sector, and the community, and ultimately reducing the amount of waste entering the landfill through creative solution for discarded materials. And so some of the ways that these have been, I think is important to mention is like the hierarchy for thinking about how to reduce waste, or like where to throw away waste first. Waste management is looking at created an integrated solid waste resource plan. I think this is very important because then you can really highlight some of these things such as reducing, reusing, composting, and recycling, which can really make a difference. And also at Caribbean Green Technology Center, we've created these community working groups where we bring together individuals in the USVI who are passionate about sustainable materials management. And they're given full creative freedom to brainstorm and design solutions to some of the challenges we're facing. And then they're provided with structure and training on creative problem solving to help form ideas into actions. So that's something we're in the process of now. And we will be presenting the final results of that sometime next year, probably in February. So you should look out for that as well. So now I want to pass it to Island Green Living to talk about some of the initiatives that they are doing to help make the solid waste system more resilient.
Hi, Ariel. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kelly McKinney. I'm the Executive Director for Island Green Living. Am I able to share my screen? I have a little.
Yes, you can. You should be able. And just to let you know, we're running a little bit behind.
Okay.
But please say what you have to say because it's important.
Okay, just have a few slides, so I'll do that. I'm not sure why it's not moving my slide.
So we see your slide.
Yeah, I'm trying to skip to the next one. There we go.
Oh.
Yeah, so Island Green Living is located over here on St. John. We have a couple of programs that deal with solutions to solid waste management, diversion in particular. We have the aluminum can recycling program, our resource depot thrift store, and our chipping program. So those are the ones I'm going to highlight today. The aluminum can program is a drop-off. We are a drop-off facility. We're located below Vitima off Gift Hill Road, for those of you that are on St. John or come over. You can find a map of exactly where we're located, both on our website or on our Facebook page. We started this program back in 2014, and to date, we've recycled over 1 million cans. We have one collection spot in town at Connections in Cruz Bay, and then the other one at our site. We use a lot of volunteers and some paid staff to process these cans, and then we ship them to Puerto Rico. So far, we've had free hauling from Puerto Rico, or from St. John to Puerto Rico via the Norma H, who was backhauling empty and liked what we were doing, so offered free hauling. So yep, this is the program here. We're always looking for volunteers if anyone's on the island and wants to help out. Some more with some volunteers. Next, we have our Resource Depot, which is a thrift store. It was started in 2012 as a way for the construction industry here to donate salvaged building materials or building materials that were bought in excess, or the wrong material was received and it's cost prohibitive to send it back to the manufacturer. And so we've morphed and expanded to now include furniture, household goods, and clothing. So we accept both donations and we accept volunteers to work in the shop, which is open Wednesday through Saturdays, 9 to 2. And to date, we've saved over 500,000 pounds of material from entering the landfills here since its inception in 2012. Some more pictures of our manager up at the top right, Kat Bodish, if any of you have gone by, she's great. And then we have our chipping program, which was started in 2020, through a grant we received at the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands. Through that grant, we proposed processing the vegetative waste that's dropped at the Susannaburg transfer station here. Prior to our program starting, Waste Management would just push the material on the back side of the property. So we've captured that material. We process it in this Vermeer chipper that we were able to purchase through the grant. It'll take logs up to 18 inches and turn them into about a 1/4 inch less material. We are now selling that mulch product that we've generated at our resource depots. So there's some more pictures of that. And through the mulch chipping program, we started a compost demonstration project with Sustainable Generation in Gore. So this is kind of a pilot project we've been working on the last year. You can see in the bottom photo here, these big rain tarps that are made out of the Vortex material go over a pile of, that pile there is mulch and spent beer grain from the St. John Brewery here at the tap room. Mixed together, put the tarp on, you turn the piles a couple of times over the course of 6 weeks, and at the end you get compost material. I believe Sustainable, we did this as a demonstration to Waste Management Authority to show them how the system works in hopes that they may adopt it for the territory. You know that Sustainable Generation and Gore have submitted a proposal to the system to Waste Management. And I believe that's all I have. And if you have questions, please check our website or reach out to me personally. If you'd like to volunteer or donate, I'd be happy to have you. Thanks for having us on today. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Aya, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So now we have Alex Bruni from VI Waste Management. Are you on the call?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay. So I was hoping that you could speak to some of the projects that VI Waste Management is pursuing, both to make the system more robust, also to divert some waste from the dumps, and then also if there's things that VI Waste Management is doing to better educate the public about the consequences of littering.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We have a lot of exciting projects that is about to come into fruition pretty soon. One of which is our waste diversion program, where we'll be diverting many different types of waste from the waste stream: plastic, glass, scrap metal. And if we could get our composting program on the way, eventually we'll be diverting food waste and biosolids as well. Based upon the presentation that Adam Green Living just demonstrated, we are very much interested in acquiring the Gore system that would allow us to convert our green waste into compost within a matter of 6 to 8 weeks, and would allow us to better assist the agriculture industry within the Virgin Islands. When it comes to scrap metal, we are currently diverting scrap metal away from each of the landfills, where we are looking to beef up that program and do a lot more with scrap metal diversion. We are also currently looking at or meeting with a company that is very much interested in our plastic waste, all of our plastic waste for that matter. So hopefully within the next few months, we'll begin diverting plastic waste from the landfills as well. Part of a grant that we have received from the EPA, we have started a educational program within waste management, where We have several different members from different divisions of waste management that we have come together maybe twice a month to begin developing an education program that we could eventually begin to educate the public in diverting their waste away from the landfill, trying to do some type of source separation, which will go far away in extending the lives of our landfills. One of the other initiatives that we're working on too that would help us in the waste diversion is constructing convenience centers around different areas around all three islands. In St. Croix, we're looking to do a convenience center in Monbijou, Concordia, and in Cotton Valley. In St. Thomas, we're looking to do one in Smith Bay, in Nazareth, and hopefully in Bournefield as well. And in St. John, we're looking to enhance the Susanna Berg transfer station and also make it a convenience center as well, and make it a lot easier to divert the waste and to separate your waste in all of these locations. One of the biggest challenges that we have in waste management is used oil and scrap tires, used tires. It costs roughly $35 a gallon of oil here, and it's costing us about, I would say, between $4 to $5 per gallon to dispose of it. However, everyone has no problem purchasing oil to get the vehicles running, but when it comes to paying the cost to dispose of it, then the burden is left on waste management to do so, and same as the tire. So it takes legislation to put things in place that would better assist us in recouping the costs to dispose of these types of waste. And in addition, we are looking to constructing a new landfill in St. Croix and expanding the landfill in St. Thomas. When this is done, it will be a lined landfill that would allow us to capture the gas. I know you saw a slide earlier in St. Thomas. We are capturing the leachate in St. Thomas and recirculating that leachate back into the landfill as you would if it was a lined landfill. We're capturing it in tanks that we pump out and recycle and recirculate back into the system. So we are doing small initiatives right now so we could lessen the impact on the environment as much as possible. And that's it for now.
Thank you so much. We are running behind, so unfortunately we're gonna have to, do we have time for question or do we take a break? We take a break?
I think we need a break, but
Yeah.
I think, I don't know if they can hear me. I think this is a really important topic.
Yes.
And I think there's some great comments that are coming in. I think we should come back and see if we can talk about a few of them.
Yep.
Just most recently had a really good sort of cultural reality to remind us, but I think there's also an opportunity to think, I think about carrots and sticks.
Yeah.
And I mean, people are willing to pay, but can we incentivize them in other ways? So, I mean, when you look at like recycling, the big recycling initiative, you're paying people for their cans or for their belts. Is there an opportunity to think about that in ways that might start changing that behavior?
So we take a break?
Yeah.
Okay, Greg, before the break,
Yes.
before the break, can I get like 30 seconds? And about Alex Bruni, he shared an incredible plan, and thank you for that wonderful job you're doing, and it's a tough job. And everything you said, you're going to put in action. You use composting, you use chipping, you use source separation, and again, the tipping fees, everything that we did. For the resilient, what I want to really share is that only way waste management can be prepared is we have major equipment for chipping available at all three islands. And that's when I was chairman of waste management after the hurricane, we didn't have them. We had to get FEMA to get those machines here. So if we have them permanently, that's resilient. That is planning for hazard mitigation. So that plan, what Alex is saying, will help to mitigate that. But when we have overabundant of tons of debris, we need major machinery to address that situation. But thank you, Alex, for your presentation.
Thank you, Harith, for your comment. So we take a break and we come back in 15 minutes. 10 minutes, we come back in 10 minutes. So it's 3:04, 3:05. So come back at 3:15. Or if you are on the East Coast, come back at 2:15. Okay. All right, everyone. 1 more minute and we're gonna start. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna take 5 minutes for question, unfortunately, because we're running a little late. So we're gonna take 5 minutes for question. We had a great session about really the sort of what it means for people, for us. And especially the solid waste discussion was fantastic. A lot of good chat, a lot of good comment on the chat. So we're gonna take 5 minutes and then we're gonna finish with the last session for today, talking about taking a little bit higher view and really talking about this question of governance and what does it take for all our agencies to work together in order to provide the services that we need. So welcome back, everybody. This is the last stretch of this first day of the fantastic hazard mitigation and resilience plan. So does anybody have question about the previous session? Anything we talked about, from drought to farming, to flooding, to drivers of risk, to solid waste? Any questions or comments? And don't hesitate to unmute yourself. No? No questions? Okay. Well, if there's no question, Jeff Uwima, our co-lead for the Hazard Mitigation and Resilience Plan, will now guide you through the last session of the day. So Jeff, I'm gonna spotlight you for everyone. So now everybody can see you. You are high def. Are you gonna share? You share from where you are. Go to the Zoom. Oh, Jeff is going to introduce his distinguished guests as well as himself. Right, Jeff?
Yes.
All right.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. It's Jeffrey Ewing. I'm a co-lead on the HMRP with Dr. Greg and Dr. Kim. And I'm here today with my colleague from FITEMA, Regina Brown. I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about governance and really looking at what it takes to implement hazard mitigation in the territory and some of the general findings from an assessment that was conducted by the University of Virgin Islands as part of the this HMRP planning effort. Some of the findings, I'm happy to, well, some of the findings are quite dismal, really, but I'm happy to report that Regina is going to talk about some steps the territory is taking on improving some of the weaknesses. Jumping right in, university conducted a survey and interview assessment of different government agencies and sectors. And we looked at this issue of governance in the context of disaster risk reduction. And looking at it, we looked at institutions and legal systems and the abilities of the structures to implement hazard mitigation programs that facilitate a streamlined recovery and reconstruction process. And we know we've had some challenges related to the recovery, but there's a great depth of many projects that we have to undertake. So we also looked at the ability or to what extent government is considering risk, natural hazards, and climate change. Looked at ways that we could prioritize areas to build an enabling environment, and looked at how we could implement programs. We're getting a
just go ahead.
Okay, programs to implement risk reduction, given that we have some capability and capacity challenges in our different government agencies and sectors. So we looked at institutions, legislation, and leadership. And what we did was we interviewed a series of managers, middle-level line managers in government agencies, and asked general questions about hazards, risk, perceptions of operations. And so starting off with Vaitima, who's collaborating with us on this planning effort, we found that the agency is well-structured, but has some challenges related to staffing and keeping on full-time staff related to hazard mitigation. Post Irma and Maria, there's been funding, and that program has been beefed up, but it's still reliant on federal funding for the most part. We also found that a lot of the agencies in the territory have more of a reactive approach to disaster management. So something happens, the stressor happens, and then we respond and scramble to get information instead of taking a more proactive view on hazard mitigation. And found that there was also kind of a lack of that mitigation focus. There's more of a response focus versus a mitigation focus. So that gives us some room to seek improvement in that area. In terms of legislation, we found that there's an appropriate framework for disaster risk reduction. It created Vaitima as an entity. But we also found within the legislation itself, there was a focus on response to disasters as opposed to looking at reducing future risk. A colleague of mine looked into legislation and found post Irma and Maria, there's really been no legislation that includes emergency management, and the spotty legislation that does is focused on facilitating getting federal money as opposed to looking at any thing focused at long-term risk. So that also raises a flag. We also found that many agencies are underfunded or are functioning with incomplete administrative structures to meet their legislative mandates. So again, we're quite weak in terms of meeting our overall kind of institution mandate as defined in our laws. In the hazard awareness and preparedness planning, 62% of the agency's managers perceive their agency as having limited personnel for disaster risk management or to support recovery operations. Many depended on a collaboration of skills, and 62% of emergency managers or managers were aware of their EOP and COP plans, but we found that many agencies didn't really have emergency plans that were up to date. Regina has been working diligently with Vaitima with the agencies to update some of those plans. And would you speak on the current efforts?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, I can speak on the current efforts as the Deputy Director of Planning and Preparedness for Vaitima. Vaitima is currently in the process of the baseline assessment for our emergency management accreditation program. This is basically something that only the BVI was able to achieve. So Vaitima is trying to attain it. So it'll be the first U.S. territory who will be able to attain it by summer. What that means is now plans need to be created based on that standard. That standard is a little higher than the FEMA standard. For instance, we're talking about the Hazard Mitigation Resiliency Plan. Under EMAP standards 2019, it does not only include core hazards like natural hazards. You have to also include human-caused hazards, man-made caused hazards. You have to make sure that you analyze them quantitatively and qualitatively. This has to be documented correctly because EMAP is very, very precise on those specifics. Being that we're now operating to that bar or that standard, Vaitima now takes into account the importance of all agencies creating plans based on our THIRA, which is where we analyze the threats and hazard identification and the risk assessment. That then goes into the hazard mitigation plan. This is what feeds into agencies being able to have their own emergency operations plan. Those are in fact annexes to the Territorial Emergency Operations Plan, which means an agency cannot create an updated emergency operations plan without BITEMA's emergency operations plan. Our plan governs how they will be able to structure, how they respond, how they operate, what hazards have we identified as the most critical for the territory. Our TOP is complete and we will be disseminating it by the end of this week, and it'll be posted on all our social media platforms and our websites so that everyone has the opportunity to dissect the plan, reach out to us if you need skeletons or different things. And we're also in the process of finalizing our continuity of operations plan, which is basically how you continue to operate despite a hazard, man-made, human-caused. The pandemic was an excellent example where we had to go to a virtual platform, but you need to have your essential functions there and documented. BITEMA was able to have a successful 2021 USVI capstone where we had all agencies attend. We learned their gaps, we learned their shortfalls, and right now BITEMA is assisting them in just being more robust and their planning efforts. And the territory is also creating our continuity of government plan, which also feeds into these plans. All plans have to speak to each other. So as this plan is being developed, this plan has to speak to our Territorial Emergency Operations Plan, has to speak to our DIRA, and has to speak to our COG and COOP. No plan stands alone. So we just reminding the agencies that everything has to feed into each other. Everyone is on board. Governor supports all these initiatives and has been very instrumental in our COG plan being completed. So although it was a gap, BITEMA is also making sure that people are being trained in the territory with our integrated preparedness workshop that's held every March. We learned the gaps, we're bringing trainings to the territory so that the incident command structure can be strengthened, because that's a key factor. You have to know how emergency management works, how we respond, how we prepare, how we recover. Without those gaps, you won't be able to assist us as best as possible, but the territory is actively working towards doing that and having the EMAP and FEMA baseline assessment on our side and going through this to attain this. Next year, summer will be when the CAT assessment teams come into the territory, and by January or December 2022, January 2023, the territory will have the official decision if we have been EMAP accredited, and basically that means more funding for the territory, more support. So it's not only mitigation wise, but it sets us to a different bar, and we have to adhere to the standard. That's the most important part.
Okay, thank you, Regina. So there's some positive news being done on the hazard awareness and preparedness planning front. We also have met recently with OMB, and we understand that there's some strategic planning initiatives being implemented by that agency across all agencies. Interestingly, in our discussions with OMB, we raised some questions about their KPIs that have been introduced. We found that the KPIs are kind of at a low bar standard. Key performance indicators, and it's a metric used to look at agency performance. Thank you. We also found, interestingly and very importantly, that there is really limited transparency and communication from leaders to the people that are working within the agency. So mainstreaming DRM and DRR into agency operations and building an enabling environment may be challenged unless we overcome some of these issues related to the way that we're communicating within our agencies and among our agencies. We also found that interagency coordination actually functioned fairly well, but they were based on personal and informal relationships. So if the person was not there for a day and there was a coordination that needed to happen, the relationship kind of fell apart. So interagency coordination is good in the territory, but most of the people interviewed 95% felt that their coordination with federal agencies could be improved. Another finding was that we found that information and data management was perceived as being strong. 59% of those managers that were interviewed felt data was used effectively, but 92% also felt that it was being shared appropriately with territorial agencies, but also fell a little short with external agencies. So a lot of work to be done when we look at the institutional framework around hazard mitigation, and possibly a reason why there's lots of increasing scrutiny, not only on us, on states, for how money is being spent and distributed. Moving on to looking at how investments in DNR are made, primarily focused on, a lot of this falls into the realm of DPNR. Know they're represented here today, but the findings are pretty low generally for how DPNR is enforcing environmental practices that relate to risk reduction. There's no comprehensive land and water use plan in the territory. Recently, there's been an RFP that's been out, but there's no dedicated persons or committees that look at risk in the planning agency for the territory. Subdivision and zoning regulations were updated in 2014, but they have not been updated, submitted to the public or legislature for review, approval, or adoption. Again, a key weakness. Building codes are fairly up to date. However, the new ICC building codes have not been adopted formally, and we found that there's poor data collection in terms of permits and enforcement to really look at the efficacy of the programs and how they function within the agency. We found that their environmental programs such as CZM are really good, however, should be expanded given the size of the territory is quite small. Other environmental programs such as APC or COBRA, or Coastal Barrier Resource Act, are quite limited because they're not binding. And so we also found that the hazard-specific programs, such as floods, are some issues related to precipitation data, which was discussed by my colleague earlier today. We also found some key challenges with budget, financial management, and procurement. Primarily, the budgeting process in the territory is quite politicized. It's not unique to the territory, it happens throughout the nation, but agencies really have little room for maneuvering. And so a lot of agencies, interestingly, felt that they used their limited resources quite effectively. Procurement, while policies and procedures are well known among employees, they're cumbersome and really not up to date with procedures and technology. So their rating for that is quite low. Project management is challenged. 61% of the agencies feel that they have inadequate oversight and management of the projects, and projects are often lead to time and cost overruns. We're challenged with human resources on onboarding and keeping skilled people within the agencies. Recruitment is challenging, and so is work. People feel quite overloaded. And financial constraints in the territory really restrict our participation in a lot of the programs where there's matching funds. We are basically unable to participate in new capital markets, and we should look at alternative sources for funding. So what does this, oops. Oops, is that me? Is that, Yeah. Yeah. So basically, we have key challenges related to the institutions and institutional framework related to implementing hazard mitigation in the territory. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Michael Emanuel, to talk a little bit about civil society organizations and their role that they've played.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Emanuel, project assistant for the HMRP, and my study is focused on NGOs or non-government organizations in the USVI. We already heard from some NGOs already actually today, BI Trail Alliance and the Coral Bay Community Council. Those are two examples of NGOs that exist in the territory. But my study is focusing on what NGOs are and how they can play a role in reducing disaster risks. So that's the slide isn't here, but I'd like to start off by providing an overview of what NGOs are. So NGOs, again, non-government organizations, are independent entities that exist to solve some sort of societal need or ill, or and sometimes also supplement the activities of the local government or state government, or even internationally. Their scale and scope varies depending on what their focus is. So NGOs exist to serve, again, they do everything from either providing basic services to providing or to implementing all sorts of different projects to enhance communities and address problems that they have, advocacy, and so on and so forth. So what's important here is that there are two categories of NGOs that I used in this study. I labeled them as charitable and community empowerment. Charitable organizations are the ones that focus on providing basic services, like I said, so health, food, sheltering, and so forth. And the community empowerment organizations are a bit more of an umbrella. They kind of focus on what I call your higher tier needs. Those are the, again, like risk reduction, advocacy, environmental concerns, philanthropy, and so on and so forth. And these are all the things that kind of make up a framework called community-based disaster risk reduction. And this is a very important part of incorporating resilience into the territory. And we've already talked a lot about in previous discussions about the importance of bringing the community into the fold in order to make the territory more resilient overall. So NGOs are a very important resource for getting this done. So this diagram here is what we call disaster risk governance, which is basically a framework that shows the relationships between three major sectors: public, private, and NGO, and what the relationship between those sectors are. We're focusing on the public sector and the NGO for this study. So that's what we call public participation. That generally means that the NGO sector and the public sector need to collaborate often, routinely, and effectively in order to reduce risk for communities. And the reason why this is important is because the NGO sector typically has closer and more well-established relationships with communities, with vulnerable populations, as the government is kind of looking at things from sort of a, not ivory tower, but more like a hawkeye point of view, whereas NGOs typically tend to be more on the ground, grassroots. So that's why merging both of these together, the government's vast resources and NGOs' more grassroots connections, can be very helpful in making these communities more resilient against disasters. So that's the idea behind it. So these are some brief stats. I'm not going to read them out. I'm not going to read all of them, but generally what the takeaway is that we have a lot of NGOs in this territory for a territory of this size. If you were paying attention to the census data that was shown in a couple presentations back, we are a territory of now under 100,000 people, but we have almost 400 NGOs in the territory, which is, again, a lot. And it's actually increased by over 100 since the 2017 storms, according to the Community Foundation of Virgin Islands. So I think that's pretty impressive for, again, considering how small we are. And of course, these NGOs provide a whole host of services. I broke them down by, again, the different orientations that I talked about earlier. So there's food sheltering, there's medical healthcare, there's housing assistance, foster care. For your charitable organizations and for your community empowerment, you have sustainable development, you have philanthropy, environmental, and so on and so forth. So there's a wide range of services that are offered by these organizations, which again goes to highlight why they're so important to reducing risk for communities. And just as a side note, but in the wake of the 2017 storms, a lot of these organizations faced a lot of challenges pertaining to damages to their physical assets. They suffered from infrastructure failure, like WAPA going down, like most people did, and they also lost access to some of their human resources. So that's just some fast stats on that. So we're going to go into a bit of the sort of different areas that NGOs, different areas that these organizations need to look at in order to effectively operate effectively and reduce risk. So in terms of organizational capacity, generally speaking, as far as staffing is concerned, there's limited staffing. That's not a surprise to anybody in the territory. Everybody has limited staff. So it's not unique to the government. It's also something that happens within the NGO sector. And there's also limited use of volunteer staff. So what's important to realize here is that NGOs will often rely on volunteers because a lot of them are nonprofits, for instance. A lot of them are like civil service organizations, and and even some of the for-profit organizations still rely on volunteers because they are trying to advance a cause. They're trying to solve a problem, and a lot of people will commit their time and energy towards helping the organization solve that problem. So oftentimes NGOs will enlist volunteers, or people will go and actively volunteer in these organizations in order to, assist. Unfortunately, what we've seen lately is that volunteerism has taken a steep decline in the last few years, especially because of COVID. Perhaps maybe an unexpected side effect of the pandemic is that people have decided to stop volunteering because they didn't want to get sick from COVID. Aside from that, there's also funding challenges that are plaguing the staffing issue as well. In terms of operational risk reduction, I probably should have worded this differently. But by this, I mean the steps that NGOs need to take in order to make sure that they can function properly at all times. I summed it up as, I can't help you if I can't help myself, in that kind of way. So what I mean by that is, for charitable organizations, I'm talking about threats to their physical assets and their infrastructure and their service delivery mechanisms. So for instance, if it's like an office location or a bus that they might use, or vehicles that they use to distribute food to homeless people. These are all things that that charitable organizations use to deliver their services effectively. And for community empowerment organizations, we're talking also threats to their physical assets, but also threats to their program sustainability and the viability of their programs. Because one of the problems that you come up with in the community empowerment organizations, again, these are the organizations that have their more long-term environment, philanthropic, and so on and so forth types of programs, is that they might have a good cause, but the timing may not be right, the situation may not be right, or maybe even the funding is not there to support the program. So there's a lot of issues that community empowerment organizations especially have to look at that is external to just a disaster threat. So that's some of the things that I looked at here. And so for some of the stats on this, charitable organizations are doing a pretty good job now in keeping their physical assets secured and their service delivery mechanisms secured. And they also have insured most of their assets at this point, which is good, because in the event of a disaster, it's good to know that, you know, for instance, the homeless shelter or maybe a food bank is not going to end up losing the food that they have stored, or their office building gets blown away. So that, because after disaster happens, there's increased demand, and the government, and oftentimes the government needs to enlist the help of NGOs in order to get the services out there, especially for those individuals and communities that the government cannot easily access. So that's that's a good finding. For the community empowerment organizations, what we find is that most of them are doing things that will allow their programs to remain sort of, how should I say, relevant, and their programs are hitting the marks where they need to. And a point to note here is that most of them do engage their beneficiaries in their program administration. What that means is that, like we heard with VI Trail Alliance today, getting the community to actually participate in the programs and in the programs themselves is a very important part of reducing communities' risk, because isolation from either the policymaking process or the risk reduction efforts is part of what keeps communities kind of in the dumps, so to say, when it comes to disaster events. So the fact that there's this much engagement between NGOs and communities is a very good finding. It's a very good sign. However, one of the problems is that fewer of them mention that their programs are actually sustainable long-term. So the issue is that the programs are good, but they tend to drop off after a point. And that is a problem, because many of these programs that they're implementing, again, the risk reduction, sustainable development programs, those things take a long time to get done. So if the programs are not sustainable, then they're going to just fall off, and we're going to miss the mark on a lot of things. So again, this is a place where this is a weakness that needs to be dealt with. In terms of coordination and collaboration, there's a lot of, generally speaking, there's a lot of intra-sectoral coordination, meaning that NGOs tend to speak to themselves and amongst themselves a lot, which is a good thing. But the intersectoral coordination is a bit weaker. So their outreach to, the relationships between themselves and, say, the government or other sectors is something that is a bit weaker. And as I specified here, that collaboration with the local government is about 50% for charitable organizations and 45% for community empowerment. And that's due to issues with funding, issues with procurement and contracting. Those have kind of led some organizations to steer away from working with the local government, and others might. And there's also just some cases where there's not enough time for these organizations to even reach out in the first place. So there's a whole host of issues that causes the lack of coordination. But the point is, it is kind of a weakness that this intersectoral coordination is not happening as much as it should. And most of the intersectoral coordination is happening usually when something bad has happened. So again, after disaster strikes, we call Red Cross, we call search and rescue, and that's great and all, but that needs to happen beforehand, not just after something happens. So that's what's happening there. In terms of financial viability, a couple of key points to note here. I did not go into a full in-depth analysis of like the coffers of NGOs, because that would take way too much time. But some key findings that I noticed was that there's low participation in federal recovery programs for NGOs. According to the ODR dashboard, looking at the FEMA public assistance dollars, only 65 NGOs were listed out of the 383 that I mentioned before. Now, granted, some of this is due to the fact that some of these NGOs are new, so that is something to point out. But of the at least 273 that existed prior to the storms, we don't have a lot that are actually participating in the recovery. So that's problematic. Again, this is also caused by lack of awareness of the process, lack of the manpower to actually pursue the grant funding or pursue the funding necessary to get this done. There's a whole host of reasons why this is happening. In terms of funding generally, though, NGOs typically have a diverse portfolio of funding. So philanthropy, grants, funding from government, so on and so forth. They typically have a diverse portfolio, and a lot of them do actively pursue grant funding. However, the funding is scarcely ever enough to do everything that they need to do, which again is to no one's surprise. No one ever has enough money to do anything. So that's not entirely surprising. But the bottom line, though, for all of this is that the main challenges are that coordination, funding, and personnel are the main challenges affecting the NGO sector right now. And those are the things that need to be addressed. I mean, there are other things, but those are the three main things that we found for the study. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Michael. So in summary, we see that we have some serious challenges when it comes to governance, not only within the public sector, but also in the NGO sector. We heard that there's glimmers of hope happening within the private sector as well, getting to LASA's governance framework. These challenges, we may ask ourselves, so what? Well, FEMA wants to know. FEMA wants to know if we have the capacity to implement the programs that they're funding, and do we have the ability? And it really comes down to political will. Do we have the political will? And so we are optimists at the University of Virgin Islands with our colleagues at FITEMA, and we are going to propose recommendations that look at improving and strengthening the governance framework in the territory, really looking at policies that can include risk reduction in planning, looking at ways to improve capacity of organizational and institutional frameworks, improving and building knowledge by providing access to information and data about hazards and risk, and also seeking ways and avenues to bring leaders and policymakers into discussions like the ones that we're having over the next 2 days. So with that, I conclude on a positive note that there is hope within the HMRP team for moving governance of disaster risk reduction forward in the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
One quick question and comment, which is that ultimately this is very important to look at because not only of the need to manage the fund on grid or FEMA, but also because going back to this VI as a system, all the different sectors are sometimes managed by different agencies. And so as Ariel showed in the solid waste sector, solid waste is not just waste management. It's DPNR, it's public work, it's all those agencies that have to work together. So if a particular agency doesn't perform as well as it should, then the whole thing can, ultimately not perform as well. So it's important for different agencies to work well in and of themselves, but to work well together to definitely give the service and provide the service. So
that's an important point, and I won't jump into my presentation tomorrow, but when you listen to Mr. DeFede talk today about the siloed nature of how things are conducted within government and the private sector, civil society, at the local level that we heard from the grassroots organizations, it's challenges. And then you look at government where we have a breakdown within one sector, within one sector, say in housing, that can actually impact the other sector, education, and vice versa. So an education can impact the economy. So it's kind of all interconnected. And if we're really going to look at building resilience against disasters and stressors, we have to look at some of the non-sexy programs and projects and activities that we can implement in the territory so that we can rise up to the occasion, we can recover quicker. The curve on recovery is not as deep, and we build robustness in our systems. And we can come to the table, and that actually will end up meaning more money to the territory. Because if we build the capacity to spend it and improve different programs, we all win.
Oh.
No.
Rated the human resources at my team low in terms of staffing. Is that a budget issue, or is that a lack of resources in the territory competent?
No, I don't think it's a lack of resources, financial resources, and a dependence on federal dollars for the staffing positions. Some of the money that's been given post hurricanes have a limit on the funding, and there might be a big ramp up and robustness in the program, as we're seeing now with our colleagues at ODR and the mitigation department. But as that funding weans over the years, it falls off, and it's a funding issue. Yeah, it's a cyclical issue.
I have a question, Greg, when you're available. This is Rachel McKinley.
Okay, go ahead.
So I found in our experience, I really make an effort to work with the government, as their majority of our partners are either overwhelmed, understaffed, in that aspect. And so what kind of solutions are we looking at, not only just in the NGO sector, but the government sector, of retaining professional level staff? Do you have any ideas through that to really kind of keep those connections and the longevity in the field? I know we're at an era of turnover and staffing in all sectors.
Well, it's a tough one to say, but when we look at the positions right now in personnel, some of the positions that are available are not really aligned with the needs of the agency. So we've heard where an agency has to hire somebody at a different position in order to have them function in a task. So maybe looking at personnel, looking at the recruitment, and looking at providing training opportunities that build skill bases and keep the employees that are coming to work with gusto engaged in their work can go a long way to increasing capacity and performance across.
I would like to make a comment. Everyone, President has mitigation. It's still multiple challenges, to be honest. Some of it is budget cuts, some of it is a specific level of expertise that is needed. So you're seeing, unfortunately, a lot of transition. In my role, I have spoken to someone today, and 6 months later, I've spoken to them at 2 different agencies. So there are multiple challenges. Salary adjustments are needed. Just to, I mean, you said we can't hire someone for a role that is not what their role is. That's against the grant. So there's all of those. But I will tell you this, I get excited whenever I get a new staff on, because I said we're going to be able to do more. But then 2 weeks later, I lose 2 staff members because they're going to somewhere where they might get more funding, more money for less work. It's a challenge. In many ways, this is, for a lot of us, this is a labor of love, really and truly, because it's not the salary, it's the passion that we have and the commitment that we have to the territory. But there are challenges, there are gaps. All around, we have resource issues. We don't have enough people. There's actually a study that I believe was done by RAND, and we don't have enough people in our population just to fit the needs of what we need to be able to accomplish, to spend the money that we need to spend to meet the dates for these grants. So I just wanted to make sure that awareness was out there also.
Yeah, that's a good point. And very, very similar to points I was making in terms of personnel. Yes.
I would just say that this is This is not unique here. This is
Right.
a reality that faces most rural or isolated communities. You could be in Alaska, you can be in Hawaii, or just small coastal towns up and down the country. You know, it's exacerbated by the fact that we're at the end of the supply chain, and our cost of living and a variety of other things make some things more challenging here. But the reality is that this is a common challenge for areas that are remote, rural, predominantly rural, and get hit with these kinds of disasters. So, I don't want to pinpoint or point to the Virgin Islands as being some sort of really odd situation. It's very common. It doesn't help us, with our labor of love. But the fact is, we're not alone. And I think it's, which comes back to some of the premises and things that we've been putting forward today about, what it's going to take to overcome these hurdles. The system of systems, the type of collaboration and group thinking that we need to get out of our silos. I mean, all of these things have been articulated throughout the day, and I just want to just close out this session today to think creatively. It's just like when we heard about the waste management challenge. We have a system here where people aren't paying for a service. Well, it's going to be radically different or difficult to get them to start paying for a service when they don't even feel like the service is being delivered. Well, that's a catch-22, and so are there ways of thinking creatively, like, can we incentivize? Now, we've seen successful, recycling programs when you pay someone to bring in the cans or the bottles or this or that. Are there ways to incentivize, say, Airbnb, to use commercial, waste disposal and pay their share? Or, there's a lot of different things where there's lots of holes in the system, but it's going to take all of us working to address these things. But it starts with raising awareness, it starts with an education, and that level of engagement, like we heard this morning with, yes, Ms. Winfield, that's what it's going to take. That's what it's going to take. And I feel like we're trying, with our colleagues from VITEMA, we're trying to lay the groundwork for what it's going to take. And, we'll talk tomorrow about what we're doing as a group to move forward and engaging the public, engaging the agencies. We're going to have to really push hard to break through some of the cultural, social, and behavioral challenges that we see exemplified system after system after system. So I don't know if it's, yes.
Could I add something?
Yes, who's talking?
Is that Rachel?
It's Sharon Cauldron.
Oh, hi, Sharon. Okay.
Feeding off of what Greg was just saying, I think with the presentation we just had about the governance, in terms of disaster recovery, I am so glad we did not have another hurricane this year.
Okay, Sharon.
Yes.
Sharon, can you hold on 1 second? We lost your sound here in the room, so we're just trying to get it right back. Hold your thought, please.
Okay, we're back.
We're back.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Is it good? Oh. Okay. I'm very grateful, I'm sure we all are, we didn't have another hurricane this year, but part of that reason is because I really felt that if we had had another disaster right now of any kind, I think so many people are so frustrated organizationally and individually with the slowness of the disaster recovery from Irma in meaningful ways for people who didn't have insurance or obvious ways to get things fixed. And in having just listened to your governance presentation, I think the thing that we most need to figure out how to do in terms of improving governance is to figure out how to have payments happen when they're supposed to happen, not 6 months, 8 months later after you beg and beg from the government. And also have procurement become simplified and more reasonable and not a paperwork mess like it is right now. It doesn't matter what agency you're going to, they all have the same issues. And so it really is an endemic thing within our governance structure that the financial part of the agencies and the procurement part of the agencies are working in a 1950s mode. And we can't survive like that. So I think we should have those particular things in terms of governments as a huge red flag in terms of us enduring another disaster.
Yeah,
a lot
when
of
we
us wouldn't do it. Yeah.
When we look at the legislation, you see that the procedures in procurement, at least for outside consultants, are there to kind of ensure that there is no finagling of the process. It's sealed envelopes, multiple copies, etc. And the rest of the world has moved on because there is ways to ensure transparency in transactions digitally and with openness. And so there is a lot of cumbersome processes that we are working with that are not aligned with the modern practices. On financial management, that is an area that I did not dig deep in terms of how bills are paid, but on time and time again, you know, there's companies that are involved in the recovery are faced on self-financing operations for a term of 6 to 8 months if they want to participate. And some frankly do not choose to participate because that presents too much of a risk after mobilizing you know, large staff and high cost staff to the islands. So there is some real constraints there that affect the ability to move projects forward. Hillary?
Yeah, so this is Hillary Lohman with CPM, and I can't tell my. So I just wanted to close out something that Kim and Graciela were talking about, but unlikely as it may be, on a positive note, I think the opportunity is that the government is the largest single employer. And so the people who work every day for the government of the Virgin Islands, they're your target audience for what you want them to do differently in policy. They're your target audience for what you want them to do differently as, you know, homeowners or renters or people who use electricity. And, you know, they're the largest kind of dependable economic resource we have, because so much of our local government is funded by the federal government. That everything that everyone's pointed out here is like true, but it's all actually lends itself to the fact that, like, if the government as an employing sector got itself together on what to do better, that is a tide that would rise all the boats, because the people would have more technical skills if we invested in them, better salaries if we invested in them, and more information if we just directed our messaging at people who work there. That is, you know, I just think we talk about it, but then we walk away from it again. And I just wanted to point that out, that's it. That is the human population of the Virgin Islands tends to work for the government. So I think that it's going to take a long time, but that's frankly, we can't do everything, and we have a limited amount of time and a limited amount of resources. And I think that's like speaks for itself as a population that should be worked with directly, specifically because they touch everything from personal to professional opportunities.
Yeah, hi, this is Jean Francis Brown. I just wanted to point out the obvious, right? Do you hear the level of passion? We need to leverage that to work toward solutions. Towards some solutions. So I'm going to stand here and openly invite all of you, and also in that chat, because that chat has gotten real passionate as well, and has some excellent solutions that I think we need to actually incorporate in our hazard mitigation plan and anything else that we're going to, any of our recommendations. So I'm going to openly invite all of you and the folks in the workshop online to join us in our discovery sessions that we're planning on setting up over the next couple of months, to actually meet with us individually, sector by sector, or by agency, however it's gonna get set up, so that we can together talk about the issues, but we talk about them a lot. Look at the plans that we have in place, we plan a lot, but actually start driving implementation. What is it gonna take to actually get this to be done in solid waste management? What are we gonna do about the water shortage, and how are we gonna get the farmers the water that's missing? We need to sit down and just map this thing out. So I just wanted to.
No, and I'll close on the point that we made very early on. You know, you can't anticipate all the problems and you can't solve them all at the same time. The reality is that in these discovery sessions, we really want to prioritize, because there are some opportunities. I'm looking at Dr. Luciano as someone who's raised the opportunity around data management and streamlining a lot of the bureaucracy that we've been talking about, because it's caught up in 1950s paperwork when folks have systems, electronic systems that would streamline these things so much more quickly. It would save time, it would save money, and it would save labor. And so when we are limited on time, money, and labor, you know, there are some low-hanging fruit that we could point to that would help with some modest training, some modest investment to streamline some of these processes. But it's still, at the end of the day, it is about prioritization, what's most important for these agencies or these sectors. And these discovery sessions that Janine just spoke to, that's our opportunity to look for those. And where we see a lot of different groups or organizations or individuals point to the same issues, that should ideally elevate those to the top of our list as we figure out next steps. So on that note, unless there's someone online, I'd like to wrap this up today. Marlon.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I had a very burning question, and I don't know if you mentioned it in the governance section to you, Emma. But from an agency perspective, we've been struggling with, and I don't know if you had a look at it, with the legal permissions to rebuild. So under the disaster recovery, we've had many individuals who want to rebuild, but under the laws and the codes of the Virgin Islands, you have to provide legal interest in the property that you want to rebuild. Many are quagmired. They're either someone died without a will, it's not in probate yet. It's taken 30 years. You have 13 people who own the same house. And we have, and I receive daily, many frustrated callers who I really try to assist, and who my legal team says I can't help because they have and cannot prove legal interest in the property that they want to fix. No, I just wanted to find out if you had any look into, and maybe this is something that we can work on. You know, maybe this is one of the lighter lifts that Dr. Waddell mentioned.
No, this is an important one. The question is that people want to rebuild but are restricted by rebuilding or getting assistance to rebuild because they cannot prove clear title that the properties are in probate. And this was a big issue that was raised. We've discussed it internally, but a big issue that was raised with the assistants, individual assistants in Puerto Rico, of all places. In Puerto Rico, what they did through their central titling agency that's in charge of property taxes, and the municipal governments have the registry, but the titles are managed by the Centro de Recordación de Ingresos Municipales, CRIM. They looked at giving people a certificate of comfort to prove occupancy there, whether there was a certain list of criteria for people to prove occupancy of the structure in order to get assistance for rebuilding the structure, and also individual assistance. And there was some dialogue of whether they would map those properties through a pilot program to see exactly the amount, but the quantity in Puerto Rico was so overwhelming. And so it's something that's being looked at quite seriously in their realm and has been raised in our analysis primarily due to the deterioration of historical town centers, which are tremendous resource. But a lot of the vacant homes and structures there are in probate, and there's wrangling among families on who will, be able to rebuild, whether it's the occupant or the brother that lives in New York. And so there's a lot of academic literature around this related to family land in the Caribbean, and we are seeing it manifest itself right here in the Virgin Islands related to assistance for people. Graciela wants to.
I just wanted to give a quick update on that. We actually met with Port 3 in Puerto Rico last week. There's an ODR in Puerto Rico, and they specifically addressed this issue. This will affect any federal funding, not just IA. So they're actually looking right now at trying to do some legislation. And because it is such a challenge for us here too, we are going to be tracking that.
Okay.
And then I just wanted to put one thing real quick. I did see a lot of chat about this PD 501, the 501c3 requirement. Actually, with FEMA funding, if you do have the proper paperwork through the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, you can qualify for federal funding. But you have to make sure that you have those documentation.
Right. So Marlon, that's a great comment related to the properties, and I'll close on an optimistic note, and I look forward to active participation tomorrow. On behalf of my colleagues at the University and Vitima, we thank you for your participation today and look forward to having an engaging discussion with you tomorrow. I bid you farewell and a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm done for the day.